also is in the studio. Good morning, lady and gentleman.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Yes, how was your morning?
Quite okay.
How was awesome. Your evening?
Awesome.
Yeah, unajua wakamba wanaulizananga wa mukata.
Meaning umeamkaje?
Umeamka namna gani? Yeah. How do they say it in your language?
We don't umeamkaje.
Yeah.
There's a phrase for umeamkaje, ichio nade. Or people just shorten it ichio.
Ichio.
Or the good morning is oyaore, it has opened up.
Oyaore.
Oyaore.
Yes, meaning the day has opened up.
Okay.
Okay.
So but if you meet someone, like you were just walking and then you've met someone, it's 6 a.m. How do you greet them?
Oyaore.
Oyaore. And then how do they respond?
Oyaore hinya.
Oyaore ahinya. Okay. Good stuff. Ningekuuliza wakosa nasemanga ndio tunajua.
Koro is
sasa. Poa. Berber.
Good. Okay. So the morning is good. Yes. For myself as well. Nililala mapema jana. I feel kama kawaida. The thing about sleeping early, you wake up feeling good. You wake up feeling rejuvenated, reinvigorated. The time I slept yesterday.
Early is what time according to you? You said you slept early.
Yeah, 8:30.
It's good.
Yes. 8:30 is
more or less just like me.
Right. Even you, 8:30.
Yes.
Siti wewe ulala saa ngapi?
Around 9, but jana sikulala 9.
Oh, jana ulala saa ngapi? Saa 5.
No, saa 7.
You slept at 1 a.m.
Yes.
And you're here.
Yes.
Your eyes are white.
Yes.
You're looking fresh.
Yes.
Your skin is perfect.
Well, you know, I didn't look at myself in the mirror.
Well, but yesterday you had a bit of rest during the day, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm curious, what were you doing up until 1 a.m.?
I was working on something.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sawa. Mtu akisha kwambia was working on something na hajamalizia sentence, wewe jua tu he was working on something and it must have been very important. Patricia.
Yes.
Leo tuna celebrate siku gani?
Well, today we have 2 days we have several days that we are observing, but I'm interested in 2 of them, which are, one is, it is the World Alliance for, not Alliance, sorry. It is World Breastfeeding Week. So specifically doing it today.
Right.
Sorry, yeah, it is World Breastfeeding Day.
Okay.
Right.
Actually, it has been a week of breastfeeding. That is from 1st of August to 7th today. So today is the
culmination of that celebration.
Yes, and that is why now we are celebrating it.
Yeah. Is it international? Lama, it's one of those American.
World means it's international.
It's a world. Okay.
Yes.
No, I had not heard world.
Yes.
Okay.
So this one is aimed at raising awareness about the benefits of breastfeeding and advocating for supporting environments for mothers.
Okay. Good stuff. I believe we all breastfed here. Kuna wengine walipatwa mnyonyi their entire life, but I was breastfed, and it's very important actually to breastfeed because number one, children get the nutrients they deserve, the immunity they deserve, because mother's milk is actually very important for the first 2 years of development.
Yeah, so nutritious. Yeah, and of course, boosting of immunity in children. You realize that a child that did not breastfeed well, they usually have the issues of immunity. Yeah, the immunities, especially when they are still young, is quite low.
Yes. Compared
to a child that has been exclusively breastfed, and especially the first 6 months. Yes, when
or at least fed on breast milk, because there's some mothers who unfortunately they can't breastfeed. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not laughing about that.
Oh.
It is a proverb that about breastfeeding that I will read to you, and you will understand why I'm laughing.
Okay. Yeah, so there are mothers who are unable to breastfeed for various reasons. Of course, there are some who die during childbirth, so they are unable to feed their children. However, there are some mothers who donate their breast milk, and in the States it's actually a very big deal, where they express their milk and they distribute it to children around their communities. So that's
they
also
have the milk banks. Yes.
Yeah, so you might not have been breastfed, but at least you fed on breast milk, mother's milk, which is also equally as important.
Yeah, it's so important. And we are encouraged, and we encourage people like young mothers, just all mothers, actually, not young mothers, to exclusively breastfeed their children. That is since they are born mpaka wafikishe 6 months, exclusively, without taking anything else.
Kweli.
Yeah, quite important. But because of the nature of the jobs that we do, yeah, because of where we are right now, we have so many women working nowadays, unlike kitambo when most of them were not working. They were just stay-at-home moms. Right now, we have so many of us who are working, and we have young children. So most of the time, you realize that we usually do not do exclusive breastfeeding.
Yes.
Napata uko hapo umenunua nan, kuna maziwa hapo, and also kule shags nilikuwa naona mtoto amezaliwa wanasema huyu ashibi kwa maziwa ya kunyonya, huyu anahitaji sijui aongezewe ya dukani. Yeah, we used to see that.
Hapana, ya dukani si poa. But anyway, who am I to say this? Which other day are we celebrating? Is that it?
No, there's another special day here that we are observing.
So before we go to that one, can we get the proverb about breast milk?
Usually I like to follow to the train.
Okay, sawa.
But
I was thinking because it's about breast milk.
But let me talk about breast milk. Okay. Again,
yes,
it's an African proverb. I'm not going to say where it comes from. A child may play with its mother's breasts, but not his father's testicles.
Oh yeah. New kweli. There's also another fake Chinese proverb that says that when a mosquito lands on your testicles, that is when you will learn how to do things gently.
There's an African proverb that also has similar sentiments.
Yes.
And the mosquitoes at the center.
Oh, that particular sentiment.
Yes.
Would you like to share that?
And where it lands.
Now you are switching this discussion, this conversation. Surely, let's come back here.
We apologize.
Yeah, let's come back here.
Yeah, but I like that one for playing with the breast and, of course, not the testicles. But yes, please take us to the next one.
The next one is it's a International Professional Speakers Day. Yes.
So is it a day for people who speak professionally and
yeah, we are talking of
public speaking.
Yes, okay. We are talking of these are motivational speakers, professional speakers, yeah, keynote speakers.
I've never clearly understood. What do motivational speakers do exactly?
They motivate you through speech. Okay. No, that's direct, whatever. So motivational speakers are meant to uplift your spirits.
My spirits.
Yes.
And also influence your
thinking
system. Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Provoke or ignite your thinking.
So how long do they need to speak for this to happen to me?
It depends on the topic of discussion. They can do it for a couple of minutes to up to a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And people pay to listen to these people, isn't it?
Yes,
sure.
they do.
So if I pay and I'm not motivated, do I get a refund?
No, you don't.
No, it's up to you. Why are you
If you've not been motivated, that is not on the speaker's part. That's on your part.
Then why is he calling himself a motivational speaker?
It's like you go to the doctor and then he treats you for whatever disease and then you don't get treated. He just refers you to another doctor, a specialist.
He'll ask for a
I'll ask for a refund.
But anyway, it's important. By the way, if you look at the impact these motivational speakers do, we have really been motivated by these people.
Personally, I haven't.
You have never been motivated by?
No, I have. Okay, let me say that again. It's not like I've never been motivated by a speaker, but the so-called motivational speakers per se have never really necessarily motivated me. They only remind me of what I already know. Yes.
And they encourage you to.
I'm like, but they Patricia kitamesema. Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about that. So perhaps, yeah.
But you see, they have done something.
But I don't wake up.
They are pushing you to follow that.
After Patricia has spoken for 2 hours about, finding myself and reinventing and then I wake up and I'm like, wow, what Patricia has said is profound. And now I am ready to get into the world and
finding yourself.
Yeah.
So you lost yourself at some point. You need to find yourself.
Yes.
Do you know these people are just more or less just like the quotes that we have been reading here. The quotes that we read here every now and then, and in one way or another, they do motivate us. They do influence the way we look at things. Yes, the way we do things, the way we approach different situations. Yeah, the quotes that we do here. It's true.
I'll mention one motivation, and I can actually see him on my screen right now. Joel Austin, he's a pastor in the US, and he preaches a lot of prosperity gospel. Yeah, but what I like about him is that what he says when he quotes the Bible, sometimes I actually do feel uplifted, you know, but it only lasts for a while. Like a few hours, and then I get back to reality, and I'm like,
back to your cocoon.
Yeah, what he has said is good. It's profound, yes, but and then I get back and I'm like, but how will I achieve that? And then I just go back to being myself.
Okay, it's okay. If CT, you have never been motivated, you have never been
CT
influenced.
motivates.
Or he does, yes. So that's quite okay.
Yeah.
What is okay?
You motivating others.
What makes you think?
And actually, you do. By this, sometimes even this motivation does not come out of your just the speaking that you do,
Your actions,
the talks. Sometimes also through your actions, people can just look at where CT came from,
your life experience.
mpaka hapo pale umefikia. So somebody just gets motivated and they really like, I almost wanted to give up right now.
And which part of my life experience are you referring to?
The fact that you are a teacher, the fact that you are at Cambridge, now you're a journalist, that part is what she's talking about.
And we have so many journalists outside there.
Sasa kuna mwalimu anasikiza CT anasema one day one time nitaacha kufunza mathematics,
niende
kwa radio.
Wanahabari. Na kuna wanahabari huko nje, by the way, when they look at you, they want to be like you.
Ni kweli.
Yeah, or even more.
All right. Patricia, what train are we boarding today and to what destination?
Well, we are going to the US and to this one person, Vincent Thomas Lombardi, who was a professional coach in one of the teams, football teams in the US. And this is what he said, that it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get up. Vincent said, it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get up.
How many times have you been knocked down, CT?
Many. Many. And
you got back up every single time?
Shakily sometimes, but you get up. Because if you stay down, that's the end of that story.
Yeah. It's true.
But you want to have a new beginning. In fact, if you look at how we judge ourselves, we live in an era of heroes where you are more or less measured by some success story that you have. But if you look at life as it actually is, you will find that what defines us are not necessarily our strengths, it's our weaknesses. It's what tells you something profound about yourself and what you seem to remember. Like you will remember the things that went wrong in your life a lot more clearly than the things that worked well.
Sure.
That's true. That's true. Sometimes I remember some of my most embarrassing moments and I usually cringe every time I remember them, whether I'm in bed, whether I'm driving, whether I'm just walking. Sometimes even here in the studio, I can remember something I did a couple of days ago and I'm like, what was I thinking? Yeah, but I mean, what CT has said, every time you get knocked down, even if you have a shaky comeback, at the end of the day, it's a comeback nonetheless. It's better than no comeback. Provided
you're not going to stay down there, because it's okay to be knocked down, by the way, because life has different challenges. Life will sometimes throw different stones to you, towards you, then you get knocked down. It's up to you.
Yeah. To decide how you will get back up.
How you'll get back up. It's quite important. And you know him, like he was encouraging the footballers there. You're like, sometimes in the field, you'll get knocked down.
Actually,
but don't stay there.
If you watch American football, getting knocked down
is part of the job.
Oh, yes. And sometimes you really get a walloping. Now it's a question of whether you recover. In fact, among the sports where in the later years people who participate in those sports suffer from brain injuries, one of them is American football, the other one is rugby.
Yeah, because there's a lot of knocking people. Yeah. All right. Now that you give us a proverb, do you have another one?
No, that's enough.
That's enough.
One, right. Surely one.
Yes. Now it's because I thought maybe you had the breast one because of the breastfeeding, so I thought perhaps you have a different one. But we appreciate that one nonetheless.
I think you prepared specifically for that one.
That is absolutely correct.
All right, it's time for us to get on to rgk.co.ke. If you haven't logged on there, or if you're joining us for the first time, that is where you can also get to watch us and also follow up on the top stories that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. And this morning, there's one particular story that is making a huge headline, and it's about a BBC expose. So this is what it's about. Police probe child sex abuse in Maimahiu after the BBC expose. The National Police Service has opened investigations into disturbing claims of child sex trafficking in Maimahiu, Nakuru County after a BBC Africa Eye documentary exposed the rampant exploitation of underage girls in the town. The documentary, titled Madams, Exposing Kenya's Child Sex Trade, was posted on YouTube on August 4th, 2025, and revealed how girls, some as young as 12, are manipulated and pushed into sex work under the control of women referred to as madams. The undercover investigation pointed to Maimahiu, a busy transport hub about 50 kilometers from Nairobi, as a hot spot for this particular abuse. And as we get to discuss that story, I want to tie it to another story by PLP leader Martha Karua, who's also spoken about this, and she is demanding for the arrests of a child sex trafficking ring exposed in the BBC expose. All right, so both stories can be found on rgk.co.ke. Patricia, I don't know if you've gotten the chance to watch this particular expose, but clearly it is a situation that is quite worrying. The fact that some of these very, 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 can I say, evil stories here in Kenya are actually exposed by foreign media. We've had Al Jazeera expose a couple of stuff happening within our country. We've had BBC do the same. We've had DW from Germany do the same, and I'm sure a couple of others I'm forgetting right now. But surely, how can these things be happening under our noses? We have an entire NIS, we have DCI, and these guys are getting funded to the tune of billions every year, and yet we have to wait for BBC, a foreign entity, to come and tell us what is happening within our boundaries. Let
me ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
When we live in an estate or in a village,
yes,
would you say that the village knows who the thieves are?
I believe they do.
Precisely.
Yes.
How often are these people reported?
Sometimes not.
Okay.
Yes.
And how often is action taken?
In the village, sometimes it's very swift.
And sometimes it's very harsh.
Very harsh, yes.
Actually, most of the times.
Yeah, when the village acts, people even get lynched.
Because you know why? Most of the time, the thieves that you're talking about, those people doing such evil things, they are part of that community. Utapata ni mtoto wa mtu fulani, ni mtoto wa mtu fulani. So anytime you're going to report, anytime you're pushing for this person to be arrested, you realize maybe ni relative. So to some extent, wanafika mahali wanasema, let us just solve this internally. Let's just sort this out here before it goes. We have seen so many cases of even rape. Yeah, you hear some uncle somewhere raped or had a sexual affair with a niece, but then you realize that watasema kwamba ni aibu. Let us just sort this thing internally.
But I'm curious to find out this village analogy. Tunaenda nayo wapi?
Where I'm going with this, when you're in a village, the likelihood of everybody in that village being your relative is very high. In a community that we all live in, communities in town,
yes,
these are not our relatives. But by the same token, it is whispered and it is spoken of. You will know of the people in that particular estate. If there's somebody who is given to some dark arts, ana dalili za kuwa mchawi, itajulikana. If there is a possibility that there are children in that estate who are thieves, it will be known. People don't lynch others in town, they report it. Now when they report it, what happens? That's what I'm getting at. It's not as though those who are supposed to do due diligence don't, they do. They may even push it up because there's somebody you report to. Now once you report it, what do you do?
All right, so using...
You wait. Okay?
So Kenya is a very big village that has got millions of villagers. Now in my mind personally I don't have a relative, and if they are there waseme saizi cause siwajui, but what I'm saying is relative or not, even if it was my uncle, my brother, my cousin, I don't think I would condone child sex trafficking.
You can't. The point I'm trying to make is, how did BBC get to hear of it? Somebody who knows what is going on must have told them. Are we saying that if this person told them, that those who were supposed to deal with it did not know?
So this person who, of course, because BBC doesn't go to every town looking for stories, yeah?
Stories go to BBC sometimes.
Exactly. So this person who decided to go to BBC, let's assume that that's exactly what happened, because we also know that there's some locals who work for BBC. So maybe this is someone's home ground. Aliona, hey, apana, this can't go on na akasema kwa ofisi yake, let me look for our investigative reporter to go and do this. But I'm assuming that they also had options of coming to Radio Generation. They also had options of going to any other local media outlet. Yeah. But they didn't. They chose the BBC because perhaps BBC has got more impact because it's a global outfit, right? So kudos to them. I'm not faulting them, but I'm just saying that chances are they either went to the police as well, reported this to some chief, and that chief or that police person did not do what they were supposed to do.
Exactly.
But my point, exactly.
Yeah.
Because people know and they report it, and then nothing happens.
So if action is not taken, that is why now they decide to go ahead now to make that
Yes.
to get it exposed. Actually, most of the time when you see these stories being reported to the media, huwa wamepeleka hadi kwa polisi.
And then the
kuna
police
kitu
do nothing.
kimefanyiki.
Actually, no.
Yes.
It's not that they don't do anything. They may even start. If you look at the number of policemen we have in the country, the ratio of police to citizens, we have a shortage of policemen.
City Muga ni ukweli, sikatai. And we even read a story here a couple of weeks ago of a police station in, was it Kakamega? That has got only one police officer.
Yes.
Huko hata hawana stima, hana choo, hana hata mtu wa kusafisha hiyo police station. He is the police officer is the one who does everything for himself. So given, and we agree, we have a shortage of cops, fine. But still that is not an excuse. Mimi, I refuse
Actually,
to...
it's not an excuse.
Yes, I refuse to...
It's a reality.
Yeah.
Because you report it, okay? 1 in 5, one policeman for every 500 people.
Yes.
That's the ratio we have in this country, okay? You report it, they start investigating.
Right.
While they're investigating, you are told that somebody has killed 4 people. You abandon this investigation, you go to where somebody has been killed. Because there's just a certain number of people who do investigations. The point I'm trying to make is this. We not only don't have enough personnel, they're not adequately equipped to do the things that we expect them to do. That really is my point here. It's not an excuse. It's just a simple fact. There were days, I don't know what it is like now, when you would call the police and they'd say, we don't have fuel.
Oh, no, it still happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are being robbed and they're telling you they don't have fuel. So how are you supposed to leave your house to go and give them fuel so that they can come and help you?
And so you tell the thugs, ngojeni nimeendea polisi na kuja.
Ngojeni kidogo tuwache nipeleke polisi pesa ya petroli. And then
endeleni kuiba.
Endeleni kuiba tu.
Yes, but wanakuja.
How does it work?
Of course, it's absurd. But nonetheless, you know, there's the things we look at and we see how the speed at which some of these issues are tackled, and you ask yourself why this and not that. For example, we lost an MP, Ongondo Were, and we saw people were arrested, investigations were really expedited, koti kesi kaanza. Now we have people who've died, and I'm not even talking about wale wa maandamano na nini. That's a completely different another demon that we can deal with at different time. But we have people who died, and investigations have either not started or they have stalled. So you ask yourself, is the late Mheshimiwa more important than this person who probably died in Kibra or in Machakos or in Kisumu? So yes, fine, I understand our argument here.
Cases that involve high-ranking individuals or public figures will be treated infinitely more seriously than that of an ordinary citizen.
And that's another point
That
I'm
is
trying to
unfortunately
Yes.
our lived reality.
make. Right.
Yes.
Sawa sawa, sababu mimi sina nguvu ya kufanya chochote apart from kupiga kelele na kuongea kwa microphone.
Kuna kitabu kilikuwa kinaitwa Shamba la Wanyama.
Mhm.
Did you read where they said that all animals are important?
No, all animals are equal, but some
And
are more equal
but
than others.
yes,
Yes.
the two-legged. Actually, they were talking about now the human beings, they were treated better than the rest. So I think I'm just going to add up on what CT has said. Of course, ndugu yangu hautajitoshanisha na mheshimiwa hapa kwetu.
And yet our constitution tells us that tuko tu same WhatsApp group.
We are all citizens of the country.
Mnadhani tuko same WhatsApp group?
Ni wewe ndo tunakujibu.
Hata watu wa cabinet hawakwangi kwa the same. Kuna wengine wa cabinet nasikianga wako kwa WhatsApp group ingine.
Yes.
Ile ambao kuna ma-MP.
Yes. Alafu kuna wale wako in a different circle.
Yes.
Anyway, let's move on to another story. And it's a very sad situation that we have to read such stories in the morning. But we do hope that something is done. If they don't do the rest, at least hii sotiwe, because hey, manze watoto hapana. Second impeachment attempt filed against Governor Eric Mutai. Kericho Governor Eric Mutai is once again at risk of losing his seat after members of the county assembly filed a fresh petition seeking his impeachment. The new motion, dated August 6th, was tabled by Sigowet Ward MCA Kiprotich Rogoni and officially received by the Speaker's office on the same day. This is the second time Governor Mutai is facing an ouster attempt since taking office in 2022. Yeah, we wish them all the best.
Who are you wishing the best?
The people of Kericho.
Okay.
Yeah. Wishing them all the best. Another story. Two Ghanaian ministers die in a helicopter crash. That's as far as international news is concerned. You can check that out on rgk.co.ke.
Mungala,
Yes.
there's this story about school buses. This is what the government has said.
Yes.
That no buses before 6 a.m. and after 6 p.m.
But that is what CS, what's his name again? Dr. Fred Matiang'i did when he was CS.
Yes, that is what it is.
So is this like a reminder?
That is what it is. Just okay.
Is it a reminder? Because I thought that was the law.
Yeah, and sometimes some of these laws we break them and it becomes a norm.
Yeah.
Because right now when we talk of before 6 a.m. in the morning, wewe unajua wanafunzi huku wanachukuliwa manyumbani saa ngapi?
See, I leave the house when I'm coming to work at 5 a.m. and I usually find children waiting for school buses.
It's not 5 a.m. You leave at, I think you leave a bit earlier.
No, I leave at 5.
Okay.
Yes.
He lives nearer his workplace.
Oh, okay.
You, on the other hand, you live in another county.
Yeah.
So moving in. Maybe,
Okay. I understand.
Yeah, but the point I'm putting across here is at 5 a.m. I usually find kids outside waiting for buses, and I also, as I'm driving down to work, I meet buses driving to pick students from various locations. So I don't know what now this new, rather not new because it has been there.
It has been there,
but anyway, let's call it new.
Wametilia sasa mkazo.
Let's just call it new.
Part of the problem that we have
Yes.
has to do with something which we once had and which we somehow seem to have abandoned. Every area where people lived, there was a school zone. So wherever you lived, there was a school near you. Somehow not enough schools were built. For instance, just look at any estate, you'll find a primary school and a secondary school. Just think, Fafa Jericho Primary School, Fafa Jericho Secondary School. Just, and go on and on, Lavington, just go on, any estate, Buruburu, go on. That was the understanding. So you don't really have to move out of. Now, then came the privatization of schools where people started building schools. So parents now want to take their children to a school which they think will offer the children a better education, meaning the numbers of students and the ratio of students to teacher will be favorable, as opposed to public schools, which are the ones I'm mentioning, where you will find there are very many students to one teacher.
Yes.
So then people then more or less traverse entire regions in order to get the children to have an education. And yet the understanding used to be within the region that you live in, within that area, there is adequate schooling facilities for people to. So this traveling was not necessary. Yes. And the necessity for vehicles like buses only came about in boarding schools. Okay. Or in secondary schools, because, for instance, if you had, say, ward sectorial sports, people would then have to move. That is only when you had them. But in the absence of that, but now every other school and their cousin has to have a bus.
But the school and their cousin. But yes, you're right, because I remember when I used to go to primary school in the 90s, we didn't even have traffic jam as we have it today. Like literally, we used to wake up, I think at 6, I can't remember, but we used to wait for a school bus at around 7, and by 7, it arrives, and by 7:30 we're in school because there was no traffic. And yes, we used to live, we're not close to the school because Ngongrescos na Karen kuna ka distance. Na usisahau hii basi inaenda ikisimama ikichukua wanafunzi. So at the end of the day, despite the fact that it had to make all those stops, within 30-40 minutes we were in school. And the only time you'd find traffic is if there was probably a car that stalled on the road or there was an accident. So yeah, that's the situation. We hope that this particular situation will be checked, because hata ukisema ati wasichukwane 6 unless mwanze kusema sasa darasa zianze kuanza saa ngapi, 9-10 thereabout.
But there are some schools that would want to start lessons as early as 7 in the morning. Yeah, they are starting their classes. And again, now, like what he said, traversing across a county. Kuna mtoto anaishi kule mwisho ya county but anataka asome hapa.
Yeah.
So unapata kwamba you have to be there mapema for you to be able to get this child to school. And again, some of these schools, they have few buses, school buses, and they have a bigger population. So for them to be able to meet that demand, most of the time they'll have to force you to wake up a bit earlier for you to be able to.
See, if you look at some of the private schools, I'm told there's a term they use for a group of schools. You will find some of them don't have a bus, they have a fleet
of buses.
Yes.
And of different sizes. And they have their routes. So it's the evolution that we've seen over time. But these children waking up at those ungodly hours, because by the time you see that child what time that child wake up?
Yeah.
And then what time that child sleep?
Speaking of traffic, what's going on?
This is Radio Generation. Traffic.
So on your roads right now, it's 28 minutes to the top of the hour. If you're in your school bus, chances are you're not listening to me. But if you're behind the school bus, let me tell you where you are stuck at this particular hour. I'm looking at Mombasa Road. I cannot see any traffic jams, which is a good thing for you and a good thing for the school buses. However, kuna old Mombasa Road, a little bit of traffic as you're heading towards Mombasa Road. That is at the Cabanas Overpass Bridge, and the Airport North Road as well. Kuna ka traffic kidogo if you're approaching from Embakasi heading towards Mombasa Road. That is the only problem I'm seeing this particular hour. Kuna hii barabara inajulikana kama Jogoo Road, pale Makadara kuna ka traffic kidogo as you're heading towards Mbotela, as you're heading towards town as well. Kameshikana kiasi, but it is moving nonetheless. A few minutes delay. So if you're on that road, that is the only place you will encounter some traffic. No. That's the only place. Ukienda mali Rusaka Road inaenda kupatana na Jogoo Road pia. Kuna ka stretch kadogo kakona traffic, but it's a yellow line. So that means that traffic is moving quite well.
Ya Kiambu Road quite okay, except pale inaposhikana na Thika Road. That is where we are seeing a little traffic. But now the Thika Road itself, Thika Superhighway, kuanzia Mathare Teaching and Referral Hospital, all through mpaka Pangani. Yeah, as you head towards Nkara, we have a lot of traffic. Actually, it is red. Totally red. A lot of traffic. So I think that is the only area that has major traffic this morning. And of course, Lantis Road, that is as you head towards town from Nairobi City Stadium. That is where we are also seeing a little bit of traffic. Kienda Mombasa, kila kitu shwari kwa sasa.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right. Let's get into the papers. I am having a look at the Daily Nation. Front page says, Ruto answers the US. A day after public disclosure of a push for President Donald Trump's administration to investigate Kenya's ties with rivals of the United States, President Ruto has defended the country's bond to China, citing trade benefits. But he did not address other governance questions like links to Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces and abductions that will be subject of the inquiry. if sanctioned by Congress. That entire story is on page 4 and 5. Even ndivyo rais alisema, some of our friends are complaining that we are doing too much trade with China, but it is what I must do for Kenya. It's in the best interest of Kenya that we get into this, that is the China market. Storm over Uhuru party stand on Raila. That story is on page 7. And another story is winners pose at music festivals. Music festivals zimeisha kweli. Leo tarehe ngapi? Saba. Oh yes, they must be either over or actually they are over. So we can see here Lokicha Girls Junior School students celebrate yesterday after emerging winners in the Turkana folk dance category during day 3 of the Kenya National Music Festival at the Meru Technical Teachers College in Meru County. I used to love going for music festivals, and I participated in both music and the drama festivals. Drama zilikuanga first term, and kama kawaida music zilikuanga second term, and they were, for me, they were like the height of my term. You know, I used to enjoy going for outside or rather going to counties outside what I'm used to.
Is it during your primary school days or secondary?
High school. Secondary. Primary, I was in a day school, and I was more focused on academics. Yeah, but secondary nilikuanga boarding school. I was at Nairobi school, so I had the chance of being away from my parents, so I could decide some of these things for myself. Yeah. Actually, my parents were against me going for drama and music festivals.
Why? And you're here now, you are eating your...
They wanted me to focus on academics.
Your drama.
Kama singalienda drama na music festivals, saizi ningekuanga, because I did biotechnology in campus, saizi ningekuanga mahali uko dissecting a rat, trying to look for the next COVID vaccine. Anyway, what I want us to focus on is this Ruto's answer to the United States. I was having a conversation with a couple of my friends yesterday, actually creatives. We do a podcast together, and we usually focus on political satire. And this whole issue of NATO came up. And one question they were asking is why the US feels so ish about Kenya being friends with China. I mean, it's kind of obvious why they are, but the kind of response they're giving us is a kind of response a jilted lover would give, to his or her partner who's, literally abandoned them at the altar. And I was telling my folks that yes, it's that bad. We have literally abandoned the US. Let me explain why I say that. I think the reason why the US is so jilted is because we have moved into China's house or home. We have left a toothbrush there, because we're going to be visiting more often than we should. The same way a lady would come to your house na anaanza kuacha a piece of clothing, sikingine anacha toothbrush. Before you know it, she spends a whole weekend there, na mpaka kwa nguo za kuamka Monday na aende kazini. And I feel like that is why the US are so angry at Kenya right now, because it's like they expected this loyalty, and they gave us that status of non-NATO ally because they had elevated our status from just being a local, an economic partner to something deeper. So it's like they had officiated this relationship.
This relationship, it is stated of as though it's elevated. What are the benefits? How do we benefit from this non-allied status with NATO?
We said defense, security, and economics.
I'm acting puzzled for a very simple reason.
And that's why I'm saying, clearly, the benefits that we thought or we felt we were getting from the United States vis-a-vis what we can get or we are already getting from China, it actually makes more sense, because now China is that clan who is better than this other main partner, and that is why people get clan anyway, because you feel there's something missing from your main partner. You end up...
Is that why people get clan really?
I'm trying to explain, perhaps from my perspective. So from China, we are getting much more in terms of trade, perhaps. We're getting much more in terms of financial support. They have sponsored some of our projects, given us loans and so on and so forth. They even come here and proactively assist in ensuring that the projects are, they get to the completion. And while on this other end, from US, what I think we get mostly is rhetoric. So if we compare that and what we're getting from China, it's easier to actually be in bed with China than being in bed with the US.
There are things which are spoken of, and I'm not certain whether they are true or not, really.
All right.
But they are spoken of. It is said that one of the problems that we have with the West is that by and large, they don't give kickbacks.
The West.
Yeah.
Okay.
Project is project is project.
Yeah.
We, however, again, it is spoken of. Me, I don't know that it is true. But then the things people say, you can't believe everything you hear.
Yeah.
Okay? But it is spoken of that we like situations where somebody can, as we say, under the table talk to us or under the water talk to us. And then they don't.
Yes.
Again, it is said, you can't
It is
believe
just
everything
said.
people say.
And you're right.
We are getting you.
Because pesa ya West inakujanga na conditions, right?
Nyingi.
And strict.
Mnaambiwa sasa hii pesa, hata as a matter of fact we shall give you in stages. So if it's $1 billion for example, or $1 billion for example, mnaambiwa shall be given first of all 250 million. And then we shall give you this supervisor to come and supervise how the project is ongoing. Then if the first phase is successful, we'll go to phase 2, then 3, then 4. China wanaambianga mnataka how much? 1 billion. Shika. Okay? Mtulipe at the stipulated time. Done. Hakuna kupeana prefects.
And this is the agreement written in Chinese.
Yeah.
So you just
You
sign
need someone to come and interpret it for you. Well, I think what you're saying has been spoken of.
Yes, but some of these things are not true. You know
Yes,
that.
some of them are not true. Some others are true.
Me, I don't know about the truth unless
Yes.
there's evidence. As far as I'm concerned, people are just saying nasty things about people in government, and because we know our government people are good people and we know they don't take bribes, we also know that they don't insist that they be given kickbacks. Why do people say such nasty things about our government?
I wonder.
Well, I just want to take you back. Like yesterday, we were saying here that it is Mwai Kibaki who took us there.
He did.
Right?
Oh, by
it
the
is
way,
Mwai Kibaki
he
who
did.
took us to China.
That
Means that he saw some potential. So these other things that people are speaking about maybe zimekuja kuingililia hapa katikati, but I tend to believe that he had seen something great with our coalition with those.
Remember,
China, yes.
he was a minister in Kenyatta's time.
Yeah.
He was a minister in Moi's time, and same ministry. It's Moi who moved him around. So he was ringside seat. He could see what was happening. He was there during the Cold War. He was there when the Cold War ended. And issues of conditionalities started coming in. Okay, structural adjustment programs, the ones which put us into all this deep trouble that we find ourselves in now. You're being told to do this because you need the money. Essentially, we're being superintended like children. Now, if we didn't need to ask for money, we would not have been treated that way, but we were asking. Okay?
But I have a question also, City. Fine. The East wanatupatianga pesa bila maswali mingi. The West wanatupatianga na maswali mingi. In your opinion, which one do you think works best? Because when we are given money and then we are not supervised, that money is not used the way it's intended. Case in point, Eurobond.
Even when we are supervised. Do you know how clever Kenyans are?
Eurobond tulikopa pesa ngapi? Hiyo pesa wewe mwenyewe ukatukumbusha juzi hata ikufika Kenya.
No.
Ilipiga kona mahali.
Hizo Eurobonds zilikuwa kadhaa. Kuna Eurobond moja, and then we were told there was a dam which they wanted to build. It was a decent round, it was a round figure, $2 billion round figure. Okay? So it's not 199, 182. It was supposed to do this, the other. Haki, that money, it didn't even pass by Mombasa, just en route. It never left. It went to which account. It's a long story.
Yes. Aya. The other situation.
We're
given money.
And that is from now the West, right?
Tulipatiwa pesa tena from the West.
Yes.
Yeah, Anglo leasing. What happened? Zero. Nada. Zilch.
But do you know the story of Anglo leasing? Why it was such an issue? Among the things that we Kenyans, we really are special. Among the things we did, the Navy wanted to buy a ship. I don't know if it was a frigate or one of these ships that they use for their work. Okay? Normally, when you buy a ship, you go to the people who make them. They make it to fit your specs. But we decided to change a ship that wasn't made for these functions to convert it now into this. The process of conversion cost a lot more than what it would have cost had we just gone and told those guys to manufacture it. Yes. But that wasn't the only story. Stories around the military and procurement, they're not bizarre. They are out of this world, because cases where we've ordered equipment, we've ordered helicopters, we've ordered vehicles, we've paid for them, let the wait for those vehicles begin. The culture that we have, unfortunately, even if the West gives us money, we will find ways of fiddling with it. The Chinese do have conditions, but they are gentler.
Yes. Of course, they have to maintain. They have to ensure rather
They
that
must
they will
have
get an ROI.
The money has to, the return on investment has to be there.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it is the attitude with which we are given money in the West that brings a problem. Because that money is given to you with conditions which you will never meet. Let me just start there.
Yeah.
These austerity measures, I'm saying it here, and this one there, I'm not ifing and butting, I'm actually saying it. They don't work. And they've never worked anywhere. So when someone insists that you must have it, you wonder what they're talking about, because you want to ask, these things you're saying, where have they worked? So that we can follow their footsteps. They do not work. They're nonsensical. It's like somebody's giving you money with conditions which they know you will never meet. So when you find our leaders bolting, it's with good reason. Because you realize this thing, haki, we are not. Let me use the term used in Kenya, hatutatoboa.
Yeah.
Hatuwezani.
All right.
I think it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense in that in China, the conditions are more they are more feasible.
They are
things that we
palatable.
can with the things that
Triciah,
some of them we can do.
the West have development corporations. Commonwealth Development Corporation are the people who came in to help us build Buruburu. We see Buruburu.
The Buru we see, yes.
We see it. The Chinese have also come up with their technical cooperation. So every once in a while when you hear African presidents trooping in their direction is for such a function. The Japanese also have one, it's called THE. Same thing, meaning they come and they help you. Now, if you ask me, my favorite test, the Japanese. By far, my most favorite. The comparison. The Japanese built for us JKU. They built it. Most people don't know. They built
The university.
They built it from scratch. Yote.
I didn't know that.
I'm telling you.
Right.
And it's
If you go to Kenya Medical Research Institute, through JICA, they built God knows what. Again, through JICA, if you've ever been to Mombasa, start with the river Sabaki. Come to Kilifi. Come to Mtwapa. Come to Mombasa. All those bridges that connects the eastern to the coast.
they are done by the
Japanese.
Japanese, and they are quite strong.
Wacha niwaambie asante. Arigato gozaimasu.
Eh?
Yes.
They did a good job.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that when you look at the West and what they do for us, and you compare some of our friends, you realize, this thing here, which they call help, is not really help.
Yes.
It's visible help. The help the US and those countries gave us was in the early days where they kept giving us scholarships for people to study. The Chinese have come and built a Confucius Institute, which they partner with the University of Nairobi. It's here.
Actually, they also have another one at not Jomo Kenyatta, but Kenyatta University.
Yes. Now, these are the fellows, like the Americans, them, they don't build things. Us, we like people who build things for us. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
And then give you scholarships so that you can go and study. That is how we helped. The Russians even built a university called Patrice Lumumba University in Russia, where many Africans went to study. What I'm trying to tell you is this. It is a competition. It's not that we are wonderful people and they like us. We have the world's biggest deposits of natural resources here on this continent. That's why everybody is clamoring and climbing over each other's heads to come here and try and show us that they are our best friends. Our problem is that our leaders don't negotiate favorably for us.
You know, initially it
Yeah.
was the US. US realized kitambo sana we have what they want. So China, they came to realize a bit later, and that is why now it is their time right now to entice Africa. You get to entice us, specifically Kenya, with all those projects. You realize now US is just like you keep on saying it is the first lover of Africa. The first lover. Actually, let me specific of our country, Kenya. So amekuwa kitupatia. So imefika mahali because there is somebody else who is also enticing us and bringing us better.
We've actually had several
gifts.
lovers before, but
Yes.
The thing that the Americans did for us of note
yes.
was when PEPFAR was introduced, the Presidential Emergency Funds for HIV and AIDS Relief. Okay? That thing, we resurrected the dead with it. And the support PEPFAR gave was not just for HIV, but also for the opportunistic diseases, meaning any disease, any literally, was catered for. 20 years they supported our healthcare system, and the amounts of money, the hundreds of billions that was spent, had it been spent judiciously, we would have overhauled our entire healthcare system. But this is Kenya. Money has a
So
don't even finish the bat.
It's not the
you
US.
already know.
Yeah, it's not. The problem is not even the US.
Yeah,
now
it's
the
us.
problem is us.
Yes.
You get, because kweli wametutoa mbali.
Again,
You are talking of the 20 years.
I
wametutoa
want you
mbali.
to write down, this is another topic of discussion. Write down that tutaongea about donor funding in Kenya and where the money goes. Sawa.
Noted.
We have a few minutes to go through your paper and his paper. So kindly, what is on your headlines?
Well, I think it's something that you had already mentioned on that other newspaper about 2027 elections.
Right.
And this is what the Star says, that insiders say ex-president wants to rally anti-Ruto forces. Raila in dilemma as Uhuru party dankles 2027 polls carrots. Now, okay, the story is on page 6 of the Star newspaper.
Right.
And let me just read something on instant analysis. The instant analysis, this is what it says, that Raila, after 5 unsuccessful presidential bids,
On the mic, please. Atukuski vizuri.
okay, that Raila, after 5 unsuccessful presidential bids, is expected to either retire or back a 2027 coalition, which many observers believe will be Ruto's camp. Apart from having some of his trusted lieutenants serving in Ruto's cabinet, the ODM boss has already entered an MOU with the ruling UDA, identifying 10 areas of cooperation. But then the other day we also saw the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, and of course speculations has it that speculations that the three might be planning to come together.
On that note, there is a five member committee that has been selected by both Raila and Ruto to actually deal with the 10-point agenda that you've just mentioned. So let's see how that pans out. Mr. City,
Yes.
gazeti lako lasema vipi?
Let me just comment on what Patricia said in one sentence. This merry-go-round of our politics is precisely that. Stop paying attention to it, get on with your life. Who said what, who joined who did what? How exactly does that change your life? What does it do that benefits you when so-and-so moves and joins so-and-so, so-and-so makes a statement and says you betrayed us, apologize, so-and-so? What? It's entertainment, and you should take it as entertainment.
Take it as
Yes, because the things that were raised last year by the Gen Z and which are still being raised today are the fundamentals. We at Independence wanted to get rid of these things. We needed to move away from hunger, eliminate it. We need to eliminate
poverty.
Poverty,
Yes.
Health. We are still seeking to remove those things. So, if the discussions that we have, and thank you for raising it, focuses on removing these things which still bother us, and they seem to have even increased, then it's a good discussion. Other than that, politicians telling us what they're doing and who they let them appoint even 10 of those groups. How exactly is it going to move the needle so that the mwananchi benefits? If it isn't, right, Business Daily.
Business Daily wanasema vipi?
Right. Kenya edges closer to trade deal with China after US tariffs. You know, we are being sought after by all these countries. My question has been and still is, do our leaders negotiate favorably for us? Do they negotiate things which 10 years from now my grandchildren will be saying there was a president who negotiated some wonderful things and look at where we are? The way the Americans like saying our founding fathers wrote this constitution and blah 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 blah, and they proudly talk about it. Do we have that situation? Right.
It was a rhetorical question,
Unauliza ukienda.
Twende kazi.
Yes. Treasury eyes 100 billion from sale of Kenya pipeline sale, meaning they have gone into the Securities Exchange NSE and they are the public offering shares, yani, okay? They hope to raise 100 billion shillings from the pipeline sale. All right? Public offering. But the pipeline is one of those entities that gives the treasury somewhere between 8 to 12 billion every year. And they also remain with the money.
Yes.
Same pipeline who built the railway line to Nanyuki, refurbished it, and the one to Kisumu pipeline, which means they have money. During COVID, they were able to even produce these sanitizer things with their, yes, they have labs where they did all these things. I'm simply trying to say they are parastatals which actually work and they have money, right? So the question is, why?
Yes, what happens to the other parastatals?
You know what happens? You, with these things, just look at whoever's heading that entity and you can tell this is where the problem is. There, we have people who on paper may have the knowledge to do what is supposed to be done. For some strange reason, they never seem to. Cost of plate of healthy food up by 66%. The cost of a plate of healthy food in Kenya has increased by 66%. A group of UN agencies show. Okay, which means if it was 10 bob, it's now
16 bob.
It's expensive stuff, man. Expensive. Housing sugar levy piles in T-bills project delay. Move signals low absorption of key project funds. Oh, meaning, okay, these bills, people are not buying them. Yeah. Officials say invested cash not meant for immediate use. Then what is it meant for? If you're raising it, you need it. State agencies and departments are increasingly investing surplus. We have surplus funds. Surplus funds in government securities, raising concerns about the absorption of billions of shillings in funds meant to support key programs such as affordable housing and sugar factory upgrades. Okay? Problem here. The discussion around privatization of, say, the sugar industry.
Right.
It is a discussion we must have, and it is useful.
Sure.
Because the government doesn't do a very good business running sugar factories. Private entities in Kenya who run sugar factories make money.
But government owned nothing. Zero.
Money is made. Money is made. It's just that the farmer doesn't benefit. And that's why many farmers who farm cane stopped farming sugar cane.
You know you're on camera, eh? Hiyo kama hujaona CT hiyo imekupita. All right. Yeah. So
that was the Business Daily. Standard Ethics and Anti-Corruption Survey. KRA among most corrupt institutions. KRA is not corrupt.
I keep on asking this question, but yes.
Yesterday
KRA,
we gave you an answer.
Yes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And it will stay there. Bang in the middle of this paper. Blue-eyed no more. Once hailed as Washington's golden eye boy in Africa, President William Ruto now faces a dramatic fall from grace. A U.S. Senate amendment is calling for full-scale reassessment of Kenya's privileged status as a major non-NATO ally. The same United States that rolled out the red carpet for Ruto in a rare state visit over a year ago now accuses Nairobi of betraying its commitment to democracy.
Yeah, do you guys remember when our president went and sat in the Oval Office?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Akaketi na President Biden.
He did, but the person who fought and made this thing was a lady who was our ambassador here. Okay? She went out of her way to try and woo the Silicon Valley business people to come to Kenya, and it did
invest. Yeah,
it did work. Somewhere along the line, her intentions, the things she did, and the commitment of our leaders, somehow it didn't quite match as it should. And what was supposed to happen didn't quite happen. But the question you should ask is, why were they rolling out the red carpet for us? What is it about Kenya that made them do what they did? They could have done it for Tanzania. Why didn't they? Could have done it for Uganda, Somalia.
They could have done it for
Uganda, Somali.
But those are the privileges that come along with the fact that you are made a major non-NATO. Yes.
Hapo kwa Somalia unaweza katika.
Hiyo non-NATO alliance thing, I don't understand it.
In East Africa, yeah, you are the only.
No,
in East Africa.
No. What is it?
Those are privileges that come with that status.
All right, guys, we need to get into the news, eh? Yo, we'll be back in the next couple of minutes, of course, with our guest for this morning. It is none other than the Principal Secretary, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. That is Susan Auma Mangeni. Coming up right now, though, is the news with one Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service has opened investigations into disturbing claims of child sex trafficking in Mai Mahiu, Nakuru County. Documentary exposed the rampant exploitation of underage girls in the town. The documentary, titled Madams, Exposing Kenya's Child Sex Trade, was posted on YouTube on August 4th, 2025, and revealed how girls, some as young as 12 years, are manipulated and pushed into sex work under the control of women referred to as madams. The multi-agency team, including officers from the Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Protection Unit, has been deployed to Mai Mahiu. Police said statements have so far been recorded from 3 individuals of interest. Murang'a Senator Joe Nyutu has tabled a motion in Senate seeking the automation and decentralization of the Certificate of Good Conduct application process. The senator termed the current manual system outdated, insufficient, and a barrier for thousands of Kenyans, particularly the youth. Speaking during a Senate session on Wednesday, August 6, 2025, Nyutu argued that the manual process is time-consuming and disproportionately affects applicants in rural and remote areas who are forced to travel long distances for the service. He called on the National Police Service Commission to develop a fully automated, secure system that incorporates biometric fingerprinting, data encryption, and real-time verification.
Cognizant that the importance of introducing an automated good conduct certification system, including the utilization of biometric fingerprint verification through the deployment of biometric kits, will enhance accuracy, security, and expediency in verifying individuals' record. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the National Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, to 1. Develop and implement an automated good conduct certification system designed to streamline the issuance, renewal, and verification of certificates of good conduct.
School buses transporting children should not be on the road beyond 6 p.m. or before 6 a.m., says Education Ministry. This as the ministry steps up enforcement of existing transport rules. Speaking on Wednesday, Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok expressed concerns over continued violations, saying many schools were still operating outside the permitted hours despite clear regulations. Bitok said basic education regulations require that buses should not be on the road beyond 6 p.m. or before 6 a.m. He emphasized that the rule applies to all institutions, public or private, and warned that schools or drivers who flout it will face consequences.
Basic education regulations requires that buses should not be on the road beyond 6 o'clock or before 6 a.m. So we have a 6 to 6 rule on our transport of our children. And I want to call upon all the drivers, all the stakeholders, let us stick to the rules. Let us not transport our children after 6 p.m. or before 6 a.m. That is the policy of government. And everybody is directed to ensure that we follow the rule to the letter.
A section of Kiambu legislators are now demanding autonomy from the larger Mount Kenya region. They argue that such a move will grant the county access to an enhanced share of national resources. Led by Gatundu North MP Njoroge Kururia, they say that Kiambu is extremely populous and deserving of separation from sister counties Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga and Laikipia. Kururia says Kiambu is a standalone region and want their own development plans, their ministers, PSs and their own money.
Watu wa Kiambu County tuko na kura nyingi sana. Tuko na 1.4 million votes. Hiyo ni kama kushikanisha Nyeri County, Murang'a County, Kirinyaga County na Laikipia County zote pamoja. Na hatutaki serikali kiongozwa na rais wetu William Ruto akuwe akisema akienda Mount Kenya ameenda Kiambu. Kiambu County tumesimama kama region. Tunataka maendeleo yetu, mipangilio yetu, maminista wetu, ma-PS wetu, pesa yetu, lakini siwekwe pamoja na pesa ya huku kwingine. Wao wapewe pesa yao kwa sababu sisi uongozi wetu haupitangi mto wa Chania.
Song Heung-min has joined Los Angeles FC on a 2-year contract with the club, paying a Major League Soccer record fee to sign him from Tottenham Hotspur. The fee is understood to be more than £20 million. Son's contract includes an option for an additional 2 years. The forward revealed in a news conference on Saturday that he will leave Tottenham after 10 years at the club. The 33-year-old was present at LFC's 2-1 Leagues Cup win over Mexican side Tigres UANL on Tuesday. And that's the Truth and Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? If you're just joining us, the time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. And I hope you actually do know the time, because it is time for us to get into our morning conversation. And at this particular hour, we like focusing on issues that are affecting the country directly, whether it's politics, economics, education, health, and so on and so forth. So this morning, we want to focus on the Hustler Fund, a conversation we had here, I think it was on Tuesday, and we delved into it, spoke of what we know, what we are seeing on social media, and we concluded that indeed it is a conversation that needs a deeper understanding. And by virtue of that, this particular morning we did invite the Principal Secretary, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, that is Susan Auma Mangeni. She's on her way, and we hope she will get here in good time so we can get this conversation going. But nonetheless, CT Muga is in the building. CT Muga, a very good morning once again.
Good morning to you, and a good morning to you once again, Bwana Mbuvi.
You know, every time I tell you good morning once again, people think perhaps when we're off air we don't talk. We actually do talk. We talk a lot. We say a lot. Okay, so tukizungumzia mambo ya Hustler Fund last Tuesday, or rather on Tuesday, one of the things that came up was, and I believe I'm the one who brought this up, why perhaps it was a fund by itself, yet we have many other funds that are probably doing some of the things that Hustler Fund was meant to do. But I think we highlighted that none of them are as digital as the Hustler Fund. That means it is easily accessible. It is actually, in terms of accessibility, in terms of you actually getting this particular fund, is prompt than the rest, because the rest lazima mkue in a group, lazima uapply, lazima uende sijui kwa office gani, uandikishe watu wakina nani, you register and so on and so forth. So in that regard, I feel like it has that advantage over the rest of the funds. But I still believe it could have been integrated into the other funds or one of the other funds, and then we could still have the same flexibility in terms of accessing it.
That's where politics meets progress, because political leaders want to demonstrate to the citizenry that they're introducing something new and something which will be of greater benefit than what has existed before.
Right.
Whether it actually does, is a completely different discussion, but that is what they tend to do. Now, once you understand this little concept, then you'll find it is not that difficult to understand why certain steps are taken. The thinking behind literally every project we have in this country, if you think about it, the thinking is good. And the reality is, if they were implemented, a lot would have changed very positively for the citizens of this country. But between the promise, the implementation, and the acquisition and the fulfillment of the intention, there are usually very many headwinds that are met here in between. And those headwinds are a peculiar headwind specific to Kenya. Those headwinds move money. Money which was supposed to be going in one direction suddenly meets the headwinds and heads in other directions.
Yeah.
But it's because it's the wind, you're never clear about the direction. What you do know is not all of it ended up where it was supposed to end up, which means the project that it was supposed to fund then is either stillbirth,
Yes.
or it is implemented, but it is severely handicapped.
Right.
Yes.
Severely handicapped.
Yes.
Yeah, that's quite the adjective. But nonetheless, when we is it possible, perhaps this is how I should ask this question, is it possible to remove the politics out of some of these things? Yes, we know it is political leaders who come up with the concepts. Yes, it is the political goodwill that actually makes these projects come to life. But is it possible to have that project, yes, it has been birthed by politics, but the politics taken out of it?
In theory, yes, you could. But I am of this view that you can't trust the politician with doing that, because once somebody is in politics and they're in a position of authority, their best intentions will go in direction that even probably they themselves had not envisioned, because they start juggling very many options when they're on the seat, which they didn't have before when they were making the decisions to do certain things. But those options and those variables become a reality now, and they have to deal with them. And that's why you find sometimes a certain thing which you thought was going eastwardly suddenly is going southwardly, and you're wondering, but you're not told why. And then the interests that also come in when you have what the Kenyan version of we're calling it a government of national unity.
Yes.
But it's a coalition, really. When you have a coalition of many parties to form a particular group that then forms a government, then what is inherent in that group is different interests, and they'll be pulling. So at any given moment in time, what we are seeing the government doing and what is happening behind the curtain, so to speak, all these interests seeking to pull and push in different directions, is probably what then renders some of these wonderful ideas moribund, because they can't move.
Yes.
This one wants this one wants the other, and by the time you arrive at a consensus, time has lapsed, and even the thing that you're supposed to do now you cannot do.
Yeah.
And that seems to be a reality. People compare to the time when such things were not a problem, because it was one party, one president, and he told you what to do, and you XYZ did it.
All right.
This one, where opinions are allowed and the constitution is thrown at your face, certain things take a bit of time. Even if the good direction was being followed, somebody else will come and say, "Apana, this is not what we wanted."
Yeah. Yeah. I was young when President Moi was still president in this country, and I wasn't really keen on following up on what was happening politically. So I'm going to ask you this, because I'm hoping that you are more aware than I was.
Just let me offer you words of comfort. I am older than you, so it is very likely that yes, I was more aware. So please ask your question.
All right. But maybe you're not just interested in it. Yeah, there are adults who are your age and they probably don't know much about politics. But anyway, the point I'm trying to drive home here is, did President Moi face a lot of backlash for projects that he initiated, such as, I don't know what was the equivalent of Hustler Fund back then?
We still had the Harambee system then, where when there were problems and projects that you wanted to communities in society, people came together, put money together. Many of these ideas began early in the 20th century with what you called community schools or independent schools that people in central Kenya set up. That's where the Harambee schools came up. The church or faith-based institutions also helped, but it's in central Kenya where people got tired of the Mzungu's form of education and set up their own education systems and schools, and they were called independent schools, and they built them. They put money together and built the schools. Communities would come up. That's why you find the Visa Oshwal. It's a community school.
Wait, what?
Visa Oshwal.
No. The one in Parklands?
It is a community school. There's a Visa Oshwell community. It's a community.
I think I was confusing it with government. But anyway,
Community.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So I'm in a Ryan school. It is a community school. All right? It's private, but it is the people who belong to that community who put the money together to put up the school.
So are you saying Alliance is...
That was a church-based school.
Okay. All right.
Faith-based.
All right.
Maseno, faith-based.
All right.
Many of those early old schools that later became national schools, faith-based.
Even Nairobi school.
Nairobi school was not faith-based. That was Gava.
But it was established by the ACK.
Yes, Gava.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then the sister school, somewhere in the Ngong Forest also, which followed after it.
Which sister school? Sister school to Nairobi school?
Yes.
In Ngong Forest?
They call it Lenana.
Watu wale nana wasikusikie. Hata ungeita brother school. But anyway,
So sister school to Alliance High School is Alliance Girls, eh?
Watu wa changes wakikupata wewe kuisha. But anyway, do you have something against Lenana though?
Why do I sound like I have something against it?
Are you a Pacherian?
What is a Pacherian?
Someone who went to school at Nairobi school.
Surely, kwani school is Elisha.
Okay. Anyway, let's get to the point. So you were mentioning all these schools.
The point I'm trying to make is this.
Yes.
Moi didn't have the constitution we do. Moi's rule was absolute. We had a parliament. We had a predominant party, KANU, until we had Our constitution allowed for a multi-party system, but until we enshrined it in law, then we had to repeal it. The repeal of Section 2A, when it became multi-party, it was just one party. Everybody was a member of KANU at some point or the other.
Okay.
And in fact, being in the opposition was almost criminalized. So that was the government. But remember, even with that one party, there were people constantly opposing the government.
Okay.
At the risk of being detained. And that's where individuals like Raila Odinga, Anyona, Koigi, that's where now the notoriety was gained, because they're not afraid to be jailed. They would say, Akuna, jail. Akuna, Nyati House. And many, many others. And then what many people forget, many other young people died also. Many, not few, many.
All right.
Some just disappeared. Nobody even knows where they went to. All right. That was a different time. But why it was possible again is because we had what we call the Cold War. So the support that America gave governments in Latin America and Africa was completely dependent on any democratic values. So long as you supported them, you could be killing your people and they didn't say a thing.
They didn't care about your human rights.
Latin America led in the atrocities of the times. You're talking about Pinochet, you're talking about Allende, you're talking about the groups that then came up to move them, you're talking about Batista in Cuba. All these people were horrific dictators. The term that disappeared was coined in that particular period, and they ruled because they got support from the USA. Some of the most undemocratic institutions the planet has ever seen. The Cold War ended, the rules changed, because at that time they were supporting them, because in the absence of that, Russia would support them, and Russia was the axis that they were competing with. Okay? When that changed and Russia was no longer the power they were fighting with, now the democratization and the insistence on it started coming in, and that's when we now started experiencing structural adjustment programs. World Bank telling you, when you want to walk on this street with our money, you must walk with one hand in the pocket, and while one hand is in the pocket, the other one must be on top of your head. Man of rule, and you want the idea is to walk. Why must I put my hand in my pocket, one on my head? I mean, I've been dramatic about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at you thinking,
Yes,
but
yes, I'm making it ridiculous. The parody is so that you understand that some of the things you're telling us, you're wondering, what are you talking about? Okay? And how are you supposed to do this?
Yeah.
So that was the period. Then the winds of change blew yet again, okay? And we find ourselves in the era where countries are beginning to understand that even within themselves, these countries of the West, they have their own issues they need to deal with. Then movements come in. But the biggest change in the 21st century, outside the communication that the 21st century has come with, is the aging population that these Western countries have.
Okay.
So they now have to look for countries with young population like ours and in Asia to infuse their system, which they have, work which they have, with people from these countries who have the training and expertise. It's a complete new wind of change. And that is why you find more and more people of color, a variation between light brown to very dark brown, some to deep black, in those countries, being citizens of those countries, and they are taking positions of political authority. They are voted in. The UK, case in point, you go to Scotland, you go to Wales, you go to England itself, you go to Ireland, you're finding again people of color, some of them Muslim. I mentioned Muslim because it is, when you say Muslim, Muslim, yes, indeed. They're human beings. So their being Muslim is just a detail. But you find more and more of these people taking position. Why? People similar to them or who share their ideals are also in greater number. And the younger population in many of these countries are not from their own country. The numbers of people who are not indigenous to those countries is growing. So the dynamics have changed completely. So when you talk about a presidency and the time and the way people are going about their matters, you need to consider all these factors. These presidents governed at different times, and the influences and the forces and the winds blowing were completely different.
Okay. All right. So, again, this, for someone who's probably joining us and they're wondering why the history lesson, we're just having a conversation around the Hustle Fund and why it is different, why we have things like Hustler Fund right now, the Youth Fund and the Women Empowerment Fund and so on and so forth. And we probably didn't have such kinds of funds back in the day. All right. So that's an interesting way to look at things. So when we get into President Kibaki's era, of course, we started seeing a lot of these, funds coming to fruition, and hopefully they benefited people. I am honestly looking for someone who can say, because right now I'm looking at the way banks have taken up funding special like interest groups, whether it's people with disability, women, the young people. We are seeing private banks actually taking up that particular position. And the truth of the matter is the government can't do everything. The government cannot fund every single one of us, and that is why now private institutions such as banks actually do come in and they fill in the gap where they can. So in my opinion, and I want to ask you this, this is me thinking out loud, but City, perhaps you can help me answer this question.
Go ahead, ask.
Do you feel like private institutions right now are doing much more as opposed to what Gava is doing through these special interest groups funds?
The private entities are doing what they're supposed to do. Government is supposed to partner with private institutions to achieve some of these goals that they have. That's why the PPP law and the act that governs PPP activities, private-public partnerships, has been pushed for a long time. The journey this thing has taken is well over it's been a long journey. But it is important. If you look at the Asian tigers, it's the PPP model where government invests in private enterprise that has made them grow as quickly as they have. Government doesn't superintend or bother you, but they have a say, and a government individual is part and parcel of the board or individuals depending on the ministry and the work that they do. So if the industry then comes into a problem, the government steps in because the government is also a partner. So when you see these big corporations from Southern Korea, you see them from Japan, you see them from China, rest assured that their governments have a stake in them. They do.
Yes.
And that's part of the reason why you dare not fool around. And those people take the law very seriously. Extremely seriously. They'll jail you. In some more progressive countries, they'll kill you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you just call them progressive?
Yes.
Yeah. Others consider them retrogressive.
Well, it depends on how you want to look at it. Somebody who ushers you onto the next world is progressive.
They're progressing you to the next. Yeah. Amnesty International will definitely differ with you on that one. But anyway, so again, getting back to private institutions, we're seeing banks that even tailor certain loans.
It is smart for them to
certain
do so.
accounts
Very
to
smart.
the youth.
Very smart.
And to the women.
Very smart of them to do so.
I'm yet to see one for individuals living with disabilities. Perhaps it's there. Kama iko muneza niambia. But the thing is, I feel like they are doing much more for the communities than than the WEP, the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund. I feel like they're doing much more.
You know, the funds that we speak of, they are not nestled within a government entity. They are in a bank somewhere.
Very true.
Okay. Now, how much of the bank's structure is used in some of these things is what I don't fully understand, but it ought to be, because they have the structure and the wherewithal to be able to even sift and determine who qualifies, who doesn't. It's their business, it's what they do. Banks buy and sell money the whole day, night. That's what they do. Government doesn't. So when the government is tasked with doing it, they'll bungle it, because this is not something that is within their purview or mandate. Okay? The problem is when there are mixed signals and one isn't definitive about the manner in which such things should be gone about, then the news that often reaches that something hasn't quite done what it's supposed to do takes center stage.
Yes.
And then you are at sea. You suddenly find you're a bit lost.
Yeah.
Because whatever was supposed to happen isn't happening quite the way you thought or you envisioned it should. That usually is the problem. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So this is my feeling. Obviously, as we get deeper into the conversation, perhaps, and the PS will help us understand this, is how then again what CT has said in regards to the PPPs, how perhaps even with the banks things are looking up. But anyway, that's a conversation definitely that we shall have, and even if we don't conclude it today, we shall definitely have the chance to continue more. Get deeper into that conversation even at different times. But allow me to introduce Mheshimiwa amefika kwa studio. That is none other than the Principal Secretary, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Susan Auma Mangeni. A very good morning to you.
Morning, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
You're well?
I'm quite well, actually.
Okay.
Yourself?
I'm happy to be here.
Yes.
It looks so nice, very bright.
Thank you for honoring our invite. Yes.
Purple.
Yeah.
How are you?
It's a good color, right?
Yeah, it's a good color.
Yeah.
I don't know the reason behind it, but why did you choose it?
I guess we'd have to ask
everybody here.
I guess we'd have to ask the people who actually came up with the color scheme.
Okay.
Yes. But
all
karibu
right.
sana.
Asante. I'm sorry I'm a bit late.
Yes.
Hali ya barabara. Hata ungepiga tu simu tuongee nikiwa kwa barabara.
No, we prefer our guests, face to face. So we can extract the information vizuri.
Unisome.
Exactly. Yeah. Lakini karibu sana. So
Okay.
you found CT and I talking about the Hustler Fund, and we were just talking about also how private entities such as banks have come in to just fill in the gap perhaps where government is unable to in terms of providing funds, loans and so on and so forth. But let's first of all focus on the Hustler Fund. Has it delivered what the president and his team, including yourselves, had envisioned it would as of today, 2025?
Okay, first of all, let me begin with what you start with in your context, saying that the private sector has to come in and fill. Actually, it's the role of the private sector. It's the private sector that does financing of the business. So when you see government coming in, we come in just to correct a failure, a certain market failure that we think probably is as a result of, let's say, the supply side that comes from our population, because we have a way through which we are supposed to build capacity of our people, address if there is a policy issue. It's only government which can do that, and come up with a practice then which can be embedded in the private sector. So as far as Hustler Fund, I've seen there scorecard. Of course, you cannot score an exam that has not been done.
Right.
I want to believe, and an exam emerges from a syllabus that has been covered. So where are we? And first of all, what was the objective of the Hustler Fund? I think it's always good to begin from there.
Okay.
So the objective of the Hustler Fund was to correct a failure, an existing failure then in the credit market, where majority of people at the bottom of the economic pyramid, or people there huko kwa mashinane, could not be served. Majority of them women and youth who do not own means of production. Usually things like title deeds and stuff are the ones that informs, or rather forms, the conventional collaterals
Okay.
that are usually required in the banks. And secondly, the reason why then the banks or that the commercial sector was not serving them is because there was no history. Most of that segment of the population did not have credit history. So you see, in the bank, for them to give you an assessment on your creditworthiness,
Yes.
they look at two things: your ability and your willingness to borrow and pay. Your ability and
Yes.
your willingness. So there's need to be some sort of data, some sort of history that shows that you can do this. So now, this is what was happening. And if you do not have that history that can make them now assess the risk that is attendant to you, then they assume we don't have any history of you. It seems like there's no experience of you. How do we just deal with you? So they cost the risk of dealing with someone they cannot make any reference.
Okay.
So in them is what they usually say, you do not even have a basic KYC. They say they need a KYC. I mean, in the banking sector, it means
Know
know
your
your
customer.
customer.
Yeah.
So if they don't have a KYC of you, then you need to start establishing it. So most people there, of course, who have not had fast experience in the commercial bank, they will not. So then it means the credit will be costly because then you have to secure it. So then that security now becomes the biggest barrier to that population. Now that's one. Secondly, around the same time, many things had happened in the globe, across the world.
Yes.
Number one, the shocks. And anytime you have many shocks happening, the people who get affected most are usually the small businesses or people who are likely to play in the economy at that level. So after COVID struck and the social distance protocol came in, watu wale walikuwa wanapambana na hali yao, our mama mbogas, and many of those people, their businesses went under because now hakuna kuji expose kwa customers. Then of course they came all this thing of high inflation. It affected us. You saw even fuel. The time when we were coming in, fuel was, very high. The foreign exchange was very high, hitting the roofs. And then of course they emerged this war that between Russia and Ukraine. And many times we talk about it, maybe Kenyans will say to affect us, disrupt the global supply chain. Because you see, in this world, we have to export, we have to import, we have to do. So all these things then gets crystallized. And when they get crystallized, then it means it affects businesses. Kama ulikuwa ulikopa loni, inamaanisha unaenda chini, you start not meeting your obligation, and without knowing, and sometimes they'll warn you, you find yourself negatively listed in CRB. Now let me tell you.
Yes.
Once you are negatively listed in CRB, even after you pay, and this is the truth that many people don't know,
Okay.
you remain in default status for a period of not less than 7 years.
No way.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Yeah. So kama ulishaambiwa umewekwa CRB,
From any lender, whether it's the digital lenders, banks,
yes,
circles.
anybody who has told you your name in CRB, whether it was by 500 shillings, whether it was what, and you were negatively listed in CRB, even after you clear, you will remain in that default status.
Why?
And that's how the rules are in a market. It's a market of rules. So then, but this is what happens. This is what happens. So
Yeah.
it's a journey. You can easily find yourself there, but it's a journey to get out. Because now, number one, first of all, those financial institutions that caused you to be there, reported you rather, will not be quick to give you a second chance. So that then you start having this practice. You struggle.
I feel like that's
So
illegal.
and now it is not illegal.
I feel like it's wrong.
Because you see, the banks
Yeah.
are also protecting their shareholders.
They're protecting the people's money that they have lent you.
Exactly. And so now, so let me tell you. So that was a big market failure. And did you know how many people at the time when President Ruto was coming to power? Almost 8 million people were negatively, and I'm not saying positively. In CRB, you can even be positively listed. negatively listed. And these are people who are within the productive age bracket. They're doing something, but you pushed yourself there. So what does that mean? Then your participation in the economy becomes defective. Now, how do you drive economy growth without? And that's why during the second week, the first week, among the first thing that President Ruto did, and you can go and check, immediately was sworn in, the first thing he did was the issue of the judges, if you can remember. The second conversation that he had was this issue of Hustler Fund. Because then he called the banks, he had a meeting with the banks, he had a meeting with the telcos who provide channels for digital lending, and they sat together and say, no, this is a big failure. We cannot preside over an economy with these people. We got to do something. We got to be innovative. And then they say, but you see, Your Excellency, these people, as we cannot take them on board, we cannot risk again because we're not so sure. And then so he said, fine, so what do? He said, we can offer technology. We will offer expertise. We can co-create a product. But we cannot put in money. So there are your people that Kenyans we clear up pesa. And so, because this behavior, then you have to nurture them. The same way we do education for our population.
Yes.
So we take it upon ourselves to rehabilitate. So Hustler Fund objective was number 1, to offer a second chance to those people to prove, to demonstrate. And we did this, we are doing this in partnership with the private sector, so that they can start regaining trust in the people whom they had condemned. Secondly, we said we have people who are turning 18 every minute that comes, you become an adult. You need a primary experience with lending. So he said we will also offer those people, especially our young people, an opportunity to start building their credit history, having that practice. I know many people have been doing digital lending, but you see, your history there was not counting. The only way you will see that information counting is when you've been listed negatively. That's when it is referred. But here we say now we want to crystallize your credit behavior to become your second collateral.
So, Madam PS, I have a question. And my question is, first of all, the Hustler Fund, we are not saying it's a bad thing, but a lot of questions are around some of the monies that have gotten lost, because there are reports, it's about...
And who are saying money is lost?
The reports are saying that it is 6 billion Kenya
but
shillings.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
When you are growing up, huko ambao mkona serikali ni mrefu.
Na tuliambiwa ni mrefu.
You are never told that you can never run away with government thing.
As of today is when?
What are you talking? You know,
as of 7th of August 2025, that is a report that we have. 6 billion
has been lost. There's no money, there is nothing called lost. Have I declared a loss?
You tell me.
No, the question is, have I declared?
Clearly you haven't.
Then,
or clearly you're not
what
declaring
makes
a loss.
people say it has been lost? Now, before that, you've asked me a question, because you ask a very important question, which I don't want us to lose sight of. You said, tell us, have you met your objective? Yes, so far we can say we are meeting objective in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of giving people first level experience, and in terms of coming up with a fund that now can do some sort of credit census. Because the experience we've had in almost now 2.5 years, we have disbursed up to 73 billion Kenyan shillings. We introduced savings there of 5% mandatory, which now it has been mobilized to over 5 billion in saving, both voluntary and short-term and long-term savings. So when you borrow, 5% of your savings goes to where? 5% of your borrowing goes to saving.
So if I borrow 100 bob, 5 shillings goes
to saving. 70% goes to your long term, which is akin to pension. Because you see, there's nowhere we can progress without also saving, without also minding for the future. And 30% then remains there, which then you can be withdrawing. If you look at even the figures that we have, look at how much money Kenyans have been able to withdraw almost from short term.
Right.
And sometimes they save even voluntary. Close to, I think the last time I checked was almost 800 million or so. Meaning you can save and withdraw your money. It supports you in whatever you want. But then the long term is invested for you. You earn interest at the end of the year. And then with that, we want when you retire, even from being Mama Mboga, you can retire.
Yes.
Either way. Then you retire to some sort of dignity, back home.
And that's a good thing.
And now, the second thing,
Right.
we have about 9 million people who borrow, who are repeat borrowers.
Okay.
Meaning they're
Constantly borrowing.
borrowing regularly. And then when we crystallize now this credit history, we crystallize it into some sort of a scorecard or a rating.
The one that we were here
behavioral
to discuss.
rating.
Yes.
And today, if you've signed out to Hustler Fund, I want you to tell the listener, dial *254#, select Hustler Fund on the platform, and let me know where your rating is.
Okay.
Because you are either rating between A1 to C3. So we have A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3, with the A1 being excellent and of course C3 being
defaulter.
Very poor. Not why are you calling people defaulter? Why are you calling people defaulter?
So C3 is the poorest.
It's the
rating.
poorest score, showing, and you see this score are very helpful because it's your collateral.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to walk around your collateral, waambie watu sasa hii ni kipande yako. Now uzuri with the score is not your permanent ID card which you cannot do anything. Hii ukiimprove inasonga wapi? Juu. Ukikuwa hafifu inasonga chini, but
so
it's visible to you.
Nikijoin leo, I will start at C3 and I going up, or
if you join leo, you'll start at C1 because you are a new entry. It gives you C1 because we give you benefit of doubt. So from C1 ukiomba kidogo ukilipa unaenda kwa base limit yetu. So unaingia ile B3.
Okay.
Kisha ingia B3, anytime una nini, hiyo ndio saa ina determine your limit enhancement. Remember, Kenyans were asking, mimi limit yangu imekwama, but tulisema you earn your limit increment depending on your behavior. Si ati nitakuja tu ama tutakuwa tuna every 2 months hapana. Hata hizi digital lendings you usually earn. Hizi zenye ziko market. So anyway, but what I wanted to tell you also, then umeuliza swali gani umeuliza
the one I wanted to ask is on those people that default on paying, because I know of individuals who borrowed and they have said his talipa ni pesa yangu.
Ambia individual.
Yes.
Si tuko na isko. Tunawajua. And you know Hustler Fund. It's what identifies the unique identifier on Hustler Fund na ID yako boss. Na ID namba yako. So when you wanasemanga hutalipa, unajiblock.
All right.
What they've done, they're locking themselves from the next opportunity.
Okay.
But also, if you I told you in the banks there are 2 things that are in banking. 2 things that we assess you: your willingness and your ability. So, but mostly is your willingness.
Okay.
So your willingness is what you can crystallize. Can't pay. So there is a can't pay.
There's a question.
Skiza kwanza. There's a can't pay.
And
there is a won't pay.
Yes.
So won't pay ni wale wenye sijui hao ndio mnapewa sema si hatuwezi lipa. Even if you say so, hii credit score, we are able to tell those who think that they
will
won't
never
pay.
Okay.
But you see, itakuwa lama yako. Malipoto unatembea, unataka opportunity ya serikali, won't pay, inaonyesha. So you start reducing trust in you, and the level of confidence that people had in you goes down. So without even taking you to CRB because you don't have to, we mwenyewe unajifunga.
Madam PS, kuna hii story that came out, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, that for every 340 shillings, for every 500 borrowed on Hustler Fund, 340 goes down the drain.
Porojo kabisa. Kwa sababu hao watu hata your study yao is not scientific. It is baseless. It's even good for me to start
So how much
talking
is
about it.
how much is going down
Because
the drain?
acha nikwambie, first of all,
Yes.
we cannot even sit here to be discussing a story which is based on lies and porojos. Au watu vile walikuwa nasema walitoa wapi hiyo data yao?
Niambie.
Sijui, because
So-
they did not even reach out to us.
So is there any money going down the drain?
No, going down the drain where?
According to that report.
Which but you see,
is there anything going down the drain?
why are we discussing even the report that I've told you?
But
is
we need to address it
Skiza,
nonetheless.
We
Yeah.
cannot and if anything, my boss already addressed it.
Okay.
Those are merchants of doom.
But Madam Pierce, in all honesty, even when it is patently clear, there isn't evidence to support the findings or the data, dismissing it doesn't paint a good picture.
Let them go back and do a good work.
That is dismissive.
We cannot discuss
We
a premature findings.
actually, Madam Pierce, we can.
We cannot.
Not in details to give them airtime, but to simply point out and give alternative data which we know to be true.
They
That
should
is a
come and look
discussion.
for the data. What I'm saying, whatever, because there is no way. I have never seen any research. Even if it's this, what we call term paper that we do for the purposes of just, term paper in class that we write. The ethics and the rules that governs research are clear.
So
You must be able to quote sources, number one,
okay.
and be balanced in quoting your sources, be it quantitative, be it qualitative, but not just quoting, especially when we are in this era of
Essentially,
fake news.
it was anecdotal quoting on their part, which doesn't provide any threshold of reliability of that data.
But then how do they make a conclusion in
No,
the first place?
First of all, those who reported it in the first place, why were they reporting it? Because when we discussed that same issue here, the question you're raising are the same questions we raised here. I said, okay, so where exactly did they get the information?
What did they tell you?
Yeah. No, we didn't raise it with them. We were discussing it as we were discussing it.
So,
we saw it and we
but,
asked them,
and
where did this information come from?
I don't know.
Yes.
What you see, for me today,
Yeah.
you can get any manner of information that you want
Yes.
in this world, whether it is true or not
Or
true,
false.
or
Yeah.
false. But it's incumbent of you, who when you do a research, you must have an objective. Why I'm carrying out this study.
And you must
Then you
state
ca-
it so that people who are reading it know why you
carried out.
undertook that research. Yes.
Yeah, and of course you come up with your own hypothesis.
Yes, you
see?
must.
You draw all those things, but then you must be able to know who can give you the reliability of this information. I want to state here very clearly that there is no day, there is no instance where that body, who knows very well where we are, because if they're defending human rights, so even as we humans,
Yes.
you see, who needs to be defended, they never ever attempted even to approach us in any manner, be it our emails, be it even a letter. And funny enough,
Yes.
last month, as we were gearing towards in June, as we were gearing towards the first anniversary of the finance bill protest, 2024 protest.
Right.
I think it was like a week to that is when we received a letter, and this letter was not asking us to validate, to do anything. It was inviting us, CS and I, CS received, I also received, to go and attend the launch of a report. They did not even call it out. We did a finding on the Hustler
So
Fund.
you had no idea what it was about.
So what we did as a very responsible institution who's running this program, we tried to reach out to them. And I have evidence of even email to seek, first of all, to know, okay, fine, how you did a research without us being involved, fine, but why can't you share the report? Because you will come and share the findings. If you want really, if the objective was to improve the fund, because we are saying for example, the experience that they used, it was like they are quoting the Auditor General's report of 2022-2023, which is not a bad thing, but it was still not conclusive, because you see, by the time you draw a nail to the coffin,
Right.
it has gone through.
Auditor General's reports often involve what you call audit queries.
Yes, queries.
They are not conclusive.
They're not conclusive.
That is why it goes to Parliament and the relevant committees to now debate it and call people to discover and find the veracity of what it has been reported. Yes.
So that's what they were quoting. And you see, even with that, you see, when they raise queries, you do what we call management responses. And sometimes you may not, by the time, because of the time, because audit reports and their calendar are usually time bound, you may not have an opportunity to have given the information they need. There is still an opportunity in Parliament for you to give your information, and even Parliament to request for additional investigation
Yes.
to be done. But you see, now in this case, they quoted that. But interestingly, that report, the fund was just barely 7 months. So we agree there could be teething problems, and because this is purely digital, which requires some sort of data reconciliation, and if you are in that space, you'll appreciate data reconciliation. These are different systems coming together. But then, so some of the issues which they were raising, we had even given management response.
Okay.
And you would have expected, had they come now, even to do validation, would have said, but you see, this issue, like when they were saying for an unborn, an unborn children or whatever, they say, you see, Hustler Fund is disbursed, right? We, as a fund, we do not register, and we don't register persons, so we do not register, give people ID. Okay? Secondly, we don't register telephone numbers because it's not our role. So we ride on the best data which is there. But if someone says that so and so, especially now, this organization would have really also helped us by going to pick some of the queries and now have practical, because you see there is a telephone number.
Yes.
Where money was, you can trace where was disbursed, for example. They should have taken it upon themselves to trace and find the individual and find out if that individual is born or unborn.
Or dead.
Yeah, or dead. So that when you have this, so you do not just replicate the queries and draw a conclusion.
Okay.
But then the issue of default, which you have asked, default is a culture thing in this country.
Unfortunately.
It's so sad. And that's why, through this experience of Hustler Fund, we want to see how slowly we can address it.
Madam PS, I want to just tag on what you've mentioned. When we talk about a program like the Hustler Fund, I am certain that those who created it considered the financial literacy and the levels of that literacy. How do you ensure that we enhance it? Because default has a very direct correlation with the financial literacy of the individuals. Because the behavior that you mentioned is what manifests itself, and it's what tells us about the understanding people have towards or how it is they relate to credit.
Okay, so first of all, let me say this. Yes, there is need of financial literacy, not just on Hustler Fund. It's not just on Hustler Fund alone, and this is something that needs to be embedded even in our school curriculum, number one, and also even in our religious sectors. And if you go to certain economies in the world, even if you have cash money, they first of all go for your credit rating. You cannot buy a property in the US today.
Yes.
If even a vehicle, ask Kenyans who have gone to work there. I know a number of them. Whenever I go there, I talk to them. They say they want to buy a vehicle, but first of all, they look at your credit rating. So credit rating is a culture that we want to inculcate, embed strongly in our economy, so that we give Kenyans an opportunity now to be served beyond the conventional collateral, because not everybody has got a reach. And the experience of Hustler Fund, you see this rating which I'm talking about,
Yes.
that's one step. That's a part of financial literacy that we are doing, because we want to put a meaning to your rating. So it becomes part and parcel of your lifestyle. You become so much conscious about if I borrow something, then you must borrow for a purpose. But then let me tell you how we design Hustler Fund.
Good. I was going there.
How we design Hustler
You've
Fund.
gotten there ahead of
So
me, yes?
we demonstrate. We included, deliberately included, the aspect of the credit rating and the score. This is the first time that we are moving towards having a national score. And that's why the first product of Hustler Fund is not that we never gave thoughts. We made it personal loan so that we get everybody on board and start working out a national credit score so that now to start introducing the soft collateral. You know, we are doing policy intervention here.
Yes.
We move away slowly from the hard collateral, or rather hard collateral or conventional collateral of title deed, where or pay slips, which not everybody has, and we made personal loan a universal. Everybody, you saw even they were having issue. Why did you make this? Why was someone had even taken us to court early in the fund,
Yes.
saying that we should. It was meant to be for hustlers alone. No, because we, the rating. If this is going to be a collateral, it should be for everybody.
But if it's there's a rating, Madam PS,
Yes.
there's a scoring involved.
Yes.
And with the scoring, you report.
Yes.
Are we saying that this process was intended to have us create a scoring system that meets the needs of Kenyans, and a reporting system that is also takes into account positive reporting? Because
Absolutely. Now that's where you nail it. So a rating system shows those who have excelled, those who still requires improvement, and those who are still lagging behind. So that's where we are. Even on the Hustler Fund, you ask me.
Yes.
So as we start applying this rating and socializing, because now where we are going is to socialize. And remember, we have netted today as we speak more than almost 26.3 million people who have signed up on the Hustler Fund platform, who have onboarded. You see, almost 26.3. I'm not far away.
Actually, it's 26.3.
Yeah. See me, it's not that like those friends of yours. So what I'm saying, those friends of ours.
right.
So what I'm saying, listen to me.
Okay, we're listening.
Our friends, So we are now like 3 buckets from our experience, and the Hustler Fund has provided us, if you like it, this was a credit census. The personal loan product was a credit census. When do we do census as a government? We do census so that we understand the needs of our people and how to support them.
Do we have consideration for credit rehabilitation? Because
But we are rehabilitating already.
how are we going about it?
So skiza. That's why I don't like this thing of defaulters, because those are my people rehabilitating.
But they have defaulted, madam.
No, but you see, now I rehabilitate them. I do not condemn them. I cannot run away from them because I believe maybe. So skiza, unanikata, wacha nimalize hii story. So so this we wanted to introduce in our economy.
Yes.
In the credit market. Siti wewe wacha kunikatakata. Unafanya napoteza kidogo.
Madam PS, uko na about a minute.
Wewe ngoja. Kwani leo ikuwe news?
Madam
Ama hata naweza kusomea news.
Usiende mbali sana na microphone, karibia.
Unajua leo mimi naweza kusomea news, unilipe kidogo. Nipatie, unataka nisome leo Madam PS amekuwa hapa anasema hivi. Okay, sasa anyway, so the whole idea was we give actually Hustler Fund has provided a platform to rehabilitate. Like I had said, anybody who you slide, you come back, you have an opportunity to improve again. Because we want to nurture good credit behavior in our economy, to open up an opportunity for majority of people to be visible to the credit market outside there, and to be served and to be judged and assessed fairly without just being generalized kwamba hawa watu, unajua hata kumekuwa na generalization ya makabila, hawa watu hawezi lipa ama shirika, you know, how do you call it, religion, waseme dini, hawa hawezi lipa, hawa sasa hizo tunatoa, we give people a fair chance. So skiza,
okay, so you've removed discriminative elements within.
Absolutely. Okay. So where are we today? I said we have 9 million repeat borrowers. So first of all, we have those ones who borrowed once or twice, wakajiambia mtatupata wapi, lakini tukasema ni sawa tu, labda ulikuwa mgonjwa, labda ulikuwa nini, let's keep on giving you time, because it's only government which can give you that time. Maybe it was circumstantial,
right?
So hao ndio tuko nayo kwa rehab yao, tunaendelea kuwahimiza,
na wale wanakataa tu wamenyeta kabisa.
No, sasa si ndio, sasa unajua pia sasa si ndio tulikuja na hii rating ituambie, and then we are reaching out to them, we keep on reminding them, so we come up with a policy that say after some time, at what time do we declare you as a won't pay? So once we declare customer. You as a, no, not before that, we introduced another graduation product as incentive, and we've seen people paying. So wale ambao ulisema uwezi, first of all penalty limit yako sasa ina drop, unaona, because na vile ina drop uziona umetoka kwa rada, si tunakujua. Opportunity kama sasa when we introduce the bridge product, where people now are borrowing even up to 150,000.
Is that so?
Yes, we have people on the fund on the bridge product, and I can show you, sijui kama unataka kuona.
No, I believe you. It's not like I don't.
Kuna watu wanaomba ata limit yao ni 150,000, and not per day, per borrowing at 8% per annum, na tume increase sasa hii watu walikuwa nasema sijui 14 day, ime increase to 30 day. Is a term loan. 8% per annum, you'll never get anywhere such. But the beauty with that, you're also saving. So if you graduated to the bridge, you are not as the same person. Banks zikikuangalia zioni kama wewe ni same, because unajua pia you have your saving history. So anaanza kuona mtu ile discipline, financial discipline, na culture inaanza sasa kuingia. Wanaanza kubuild to you to be assessed in the banks is a relationship thing. It is usually relationship.
Okay.
So we've created a platform through the bridge product that we launched last year, which has so far served over 600,000. It has graduated. And now who are these people that are bound to graduate? Tunangalia, we are graduating now the A's and B's, who today as we speak, in the numbers which I looked at it yesterday, they're almost hitting actually 7 million.
Okay.
So we can say 7 million are now scoring between, actually more, almost 8, between A's and B's. Now they're eligible for graduation. So if they want to go to bridge product, they can move to bridge product. Now this is how did we grow the limit up to 150 from the personal where the highest was 50. So if you are scoring A1, sinsema kuna A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3. A1, when you go to the bridge, you graduate, your limit is now tripled. So if you had hit the maximum 50 on the personal loan,
now you can,
which was base, now you
150.
But interestingly, when you assess, now when you analyze that, and these people have accessed more than 6 billion since we started, and the repayment is super. Sometimes there are days where even the daily, you know, there are people who pay even daily. They actually, we've given them 30 days, but there are people who start repaying on daily basis,
even before the very day that we launched this product, when we were still testing, because when you learn, you open it up, you see how you can. In the trial, the first day we opened it up like for 2 hours, the people who borrowed about 131 and almost
20 of them repay that day. So those people have not just demonstrated their good borrowing behavior, but they are also they're demonstrating certain a very high financial discipline. And these are the people, if you break down the data and you see what times do they borrow, you can easily predict that these people are doing business. Most of them will start borrowing from 4 a.m. to about midday. In fact, the people who are doing well on a hustler fund, whom that now we think that they are borrowing for a business, they borrow within those times. And you can tell what they could be doing. And when you break down and see, like, what are they borrowing for? You see border borders, you see people borrowing for farming, you see people borrowing for what? Because now the second product, we wanted to understand, what are you borrowing for? The first one, it was universal, but the second one was, the first one was to capture your history, to help you and to nurture your behavior, to give you that experience. The second one, we now start going specifically towards business support. We have introduced even banks there, so they start monitoring you.
Commercial banks.
Yeah, commercial banks are there. They start, because at that bridge point, we want them now to start understanding you, so that they can eventually take you as their customer.
Madam,
and they start borrowing you against that credit rating.
Madam PS,
are you seeing that?
Yes.
So this is, if you ask me, have we achieved? Yes. How many banks are now on platform?
You've said 5.
Who have signed? The banks that have now signed up. Talking about the banks which have now signed up on the bridge product. We have KCB who signed up. And you see, can I give you an interesting thing?
Please do.
The banks did not even sign up. We just introduced a category for people to say which banks. And even your bank is not, we started with the ones that we started partnering with, the select. And if you say your bank is not there, you indicate. And if it's evenly distributed. People say this because most of those people are not being banked. Now they start being banked. They start having opened the account, building that relationship, that KYC ngiane, banking KYC ngiane, and then eventually you start now transitioning to the banks. You start asking for more money, for millions of money, wherever you want to do your business. They understand you better.
Yes.
And then you participate in the economy. So we can talk about around 4.5 million people who we can say these people. Now, what does that mean? What does the entry of 4.5 million people, if they get transition to the economy, mean? They will create jobs. Look at the multiply effect. Their business will be supported now, more enhanced, grow. Then the multiply effect will be they can open up opportunity for job creation, so that these other people who are telling me, we borrowed. Some say because they have no means to pay. Maybe they don't have an income. They can probably get employed and now come back to the economy. Sako.
Madam PS, question about now other digital lenders, because now government has come in and this product looks and sounds very beautiful, and clearly the numbers are telling a very good story. But now you're giving competition to other businesses.
It's not competition.
Because if I can get all this, I can save for my pension, I can borrow money at a very low interest rate. Sasa wale wengine wana biashara, the other digital lenders, are you not like kicking them out of business?
2 weeks ago I was in a meeting.
Yes.
Which I happened also to sit on a panel with, I think, the chair of the Digital Association of Digital Lenders.
Yes.
Just a few months ago, they had a very big outcry saying that the default rate actually is even higher than ours, was almost 40%, when they were asking central bank to consider helping them to write off. You see, writing off does not mean that you've lost. Writing off means that your books of accounts become a bit neat, clean, so that then you can attract more flows.
Okay.
So even here, we don't writing off. You see, when you do not write off so that you remove it off your books, but you continue now recouping, what usually happen is that anytime you're doing your financial statement, you carry. So like now for us, seriously, we keep on suffering.
Yes.
Because the last 2 months, the first 2 months which we experienced, and you know, we launched Hustler Fund at that point when the country was still settling politically, you know, in under 90 days. So people had not really settled properly. So now, and there were those connotations which were expected anyway to be there, but again, because there was also good people and who are seriously in need, you cannot generalize and not to do an initiative because you're being too much risk averse. As a government, sometimes you expand your risk appetite, you enlarge, because it's only government that can take risk of its people. So we widen the risk appetite, which those people could not take, so that then we try to see how to accommodate, even if it means graduating only 1 million from this 26 million. The first, like right now, we are talking about the first 600,000. If these people now followed closely, now we take them into serious training, we understand their businesses, we open up market access to them. These people can be the game changer in our economy in terms of coming up with industry, creating enterprises that can create jobs for our young people and generate revenue and grow us.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Unfortunately, that's
Time
the time.
imeenda wapi?
Time imeisha. Lakini we invite you back here again.
Nitakuja.
A different day,
Mapema.
and this time around ukuje masaa mawili, because we have also not spoken about the other funds such as the Women Enterprise and the Youth Enterprise Fund and so on and so forth. Nyota Fund pia hiyo nilikuja kuijua juzi.
Sasa mimi nimefurahi sana.
Yes.
It's not called the Nyota Fund. It's Nyota Project.
Nyota Project.
Kitu mnasema sasa, mimi nimefurahi sana, but vile namalizia ni kusema tu sisi kama government,
yes,
we are doing the dirty work in terms of clean up. Our objective is we support the private sector to do more by giving the first, taking the first. It's usually called in banking sector the first loss. Yeah, you know, you are called the first loss. Yani you clean up. Ukisha clean up, alafu
you graduate them.
So wanaenda huko, so that them they should not also, you know, we are like, we do the kindergartening work, so they should not suffer more, so them the businesses can grow, they expand opportunities. So in as far as that is concerned, I think this fund has met its objective. And therefore, so for someone to claim that this has not done, and people who can talk about and dismiss 500 shillings and 1,000 shillings, clearly they live in a different world outside this world, because our economy is a kadogo economy. Even people given opportunity to borrow even up to 150, they keep on borrowing low amounts. Thank you very much. I look forward to coming here.
Please
again.
do.
I think
Karibu
purple is my color.
Yes, asante sana. That is Susan Auma. She is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, and the conversation has been around the Hustler Fund, but definitely tumemuinvite tena na atakuja na tutaongea hayo mengine kwa mapana na marefu. Yeah, but right now though, here is the news. I hope we still have the news. Yeah, let me find out if we still have that news.
It's 8:12.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 4 Obamana Matatu Sacco stage managers have been detained further over colleagues' murder. According to court filings, Dixon Otieno was fatally stabbed at the Tembo Road Uyoma Street junction in a dispute over routes earlier this month. He was taken to MSF Hospital unresponsive and later transferred to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. 4 suspects were arrested on August 4th, 2025 over the death. The court ordered that they be remanded until tomorrow for further directions.
And the respondents here in your honor that they were arrested at our office after statement recording, and that was on Monday, 4th August 2025 at around 18:45 hours when in Kotareni. And your honor, the preliminary investigations indicate that there has been a long-term conflict between Obamana Sacco and Obamana Links Limited over the passenger dropping and picking spaces along Tembo Road. And the two PSV Matatu Sacco were one, but due to disagreement, a breakaway group rebranded themselves as Obamana Links Limited.
President William Ruto has defended Kenya's expanding trade relation with China. The president brushed off criticism from U.S. Republican Senator James Risch, who questioned Nairobi's growing alignment with Washington's geopolitical rivals. Speaking during the presidential private sector roundtable held at Ole Sereni, Nairobi on Wednesday, President Ruto said the decision to strengthen ties with China was purely driven by trade and economic interests. Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has pointed a finger at county governments for the financial troubles affecting SACCOs in Kenya. While appearing before the Senate on August 6th, Oparanya said several SACCOs, including Afya Sacco and Moi University Savings and Credit Society, are facing serious liquidity challenges. He noted that most members of Afya Sacco are medical staff working in counties, yet some administrations continue to withhold deductions running into millions of shillings. The CS also clarified that the government has no intention of injecting 500 million Kenya shillings into collapsing SACCOs due to limited budgetary capacity.
And administratively, what the minister has done has also issued a circular to all SACCOs to ensure that all SACCOs do not invest in non-core business, because all SACCOs that have come up with the construction of buildings have gone bust. And then we have also issued circulars to make sure that any borrowing must be approved by the Commission of Cooperatives, and then also issued a circular that returns, all SACCOs must make returns to ensure that they are audited.
Embattled Kericho Governor Eric Mutai has formally requested President William Ruto to dissolve Kericho County Government. Mutai cites irreconcilable differences between the executive and the assembly. He made the announcement at the county headquarters hours after notice of motion to remove him from office was presented in the county assembly on Wednesday. The governor revealed that his administration will begin collecting signatures throughout the county to back his call for dissolution.
I therefore officially invite the residents of Kericho County to consider and pursue a constitutional petition for the dissolution of a county government under Article 192 of the Constitution of Kenya. Let us no longer be obliged to function. Tomorrow, we will begin collecting signatures across the county to dissolve the county and petition the president to petition the county government of Kericho, and then we go back for fresh election and let the people decide. We will not continue like this. We will not be hostage. And so tomorrow we'll kick off the process of collecting signatures to dissolve Kericho County. And
The Athletics Integrity Unit has provisionally suspended Kenyan long-distance runner Judy Jelagat Kemboi for the presence and use of prohibited substance. The ban comes just months after Kemboi etched a name into the record books by breaking the women's half-marathon course record at Rimi Riga Marathon in May 2024. She clocked 1 hour, 7 minutes and 13 seconds, shaving 12 seconds off the previous record set by Olympic champion Perez Chepchirchir. According to AIU, the 27-year-old athlete returned on advanced analytical finding from an out-of-competition urine sample, which tested positive for hydrochlorothiazide. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. Traffic.
All right, we're not doing traffic right now, but I can tell you for a fact it's 8:19 and the roads are looking quite ugly at this particular minute. Welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mungala, Mbuvi. Nairobi, it's 88.8. Mombasa, it's 90.7. Malindi, 92.1. Lamu, 92.6. And of course, Garissa, 89.5. The conversation in this particular hour is with Dr. Dennis Miskela, and he's probably going to tell me if I've said that correctly. It's Dr. Dennis Miskela. He's the Deputy Secretary General of KMPDU. Daktari, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
I was just asking Daktari earlier on what medicine he practices, and he said, is that how it said, by the way? What medicine you practice? What kind of doctor are you? It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. So he has told me that he is a gynecologist. And how long do you have to do your masters to become a gyna?
Yeah, so after you graduate undergraduate, which takes around 6 years, and then you do the 1 year compulsory internship, then you can either go back for your master's immediately or you can go and practice a bit as a GP. So the master's program takes around 4 years. Yeah, sometimes it can take 5 years if you have to do the research and maybe delay on it.
5 years?
Yeah.
So you do your undergrad for how long? 7?
6.
6.
And then internship 1.
Internship 1.
Then master's can take 4 to 5 years.
So basically, your entire adult life, you're just studying.
Yes.
Before you get to practice.
Yeah.
All right, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. And let's just get right into it. My colleague here is Patricia Wayua. So she's going to be helping us, tackle some of the issues that we would like to talk about today. And it's about the health standoff. What is up? There has been always drama in the health sector for years, year in, year out, with every other government, whether ni wakati wa President Moi, President Kibaki, President Uhuru, sasa tuko na President Ruto. Why is it that this health situation is never ever sorted? Is it because of the understanding from government side? Is it understanding from the health practitioner side? Where is the disconnect?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And I want to thank not just Radio Generation, but almost all media houses, because in the recent times you have seen the kind of interest that healthcare has evoked amongst the media and even amongst the people. And I can dare say that health is going to be a very, very critical issue in the coming election. I keep on saying that President Ruto's re-election or failure of is going to be largely attributed to the healthcare agenda, which is so good because for the longest time Kenyans have treated health as a very private thing. You fall sick privately, when you die is a private thing. People just mourn and go home. People never ask questions, why are people dying? Yeah, so it's important that we talk about healthcare. So health has been a problem, and largely after the evolution, because Kenya did a very, very big mistake in devolving healthcare without having to cost that function. I remember that
just go back again. Kenya did a very big mistake by devolving
healthcare. Yeah.
All right.
That was the first mistake that we did as a country, because when we were making our constitution, there are certain functions that were said were too important to be devolved, like security, like education. But then somebody sat back and thought, in their wisdom, not lack of it, that devolving healthcare was just a perfect idea.
Yeah.
And when they did that, the mistake also we own as doctors is that when teachers were resisting education being devolved, doctors were busy discussing when does life begin, what is abortion, and all that kind of stuff. And then the carpet was pulled right under our feet. So we found ourselves devolved. But so be it that we were devolved. President Uhuru, when he came in, told the governors that let us not rush to devolve this thing en masse. Why can't we cost? We know that this is the amount of money you'll need to run this program. Then we can start maybe with level 1, 2, 3 and observe what happens.
Which president did this?
It was Uhuru.
Okay.
Who told them that we do piecemeal. You can either do per county, or you can say we start with maybe level 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, get that. But the governor said no. And it was led by Isaac Ruto, the former governor of Bomet.
Bomet, yes.
He told Uhuru that you are fighting devolution. Give it to us. And Uhuru said, it's okay, you want it, take it. So then they devolved healthcare without the proper structures. And that will has bedeviled Kenya since then, because we have 48 different ways, or not even 48, it's 49, because you have national government doing their own thing.
Yeah.
We have 47 governors doing whatever they want, private sector doing whatever they want. So everybody just in this whole mess.
Yeah.
the person who then finally has to pay that price are two people, the poor mwananchi and the poor healthcare workers. Because this healthcare worker, you find yourself in a place where your salary is delayed like for 3 months. As we speak, most counties in Kenya have not even paid July salaries. Some even June salaries. You get that?
Yes.
You find a place where by they deduct third-party deductions like your loans, the policies for your children, insurance policies, your SACCO contributions. Somebody deducts it from your payslip, you don't get it. But they don't remit it to the place. So you're in CRB, the insurance for your child has elapsed because somebody pocketed the money they deducted from your salary.
Daktari, how much is a doctor, because we saw the other day interns, I think they're getting what, 206k.
Yeah.
Daktari mwingine ambaye amekuwa established kama wewe anafaa kupata pesa ngapi?
So the doctors, the interns who earn around 206 in gross, by the time you deduct all those things, you end up around 140,000.
Okay.
Then the next, when you finish internship, you become a GP, you then earn around 250.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In gross, of course, the taxes will bring it around 150, 160 hapo. Yeah.
Aye. Sasa tena from 250 all 100 just disappears.
You know taxes are taxes. We have to kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. So that
that was so sarcastic, but yes.
So averagely that's almost GP. The consultants probably earn around 300k gross. Then by the time they deduct it comes around 180 or 90. So that's what most people earn.
Okay.
But the main challenge has never even about the pay.
Yes.
The main challenge has been that the timing. You know, when I know that every 26th or every 30th I have my money, nitajipanga nayo. But when every day you have to look at the skies like somebody desperately hoping for rain, you unaangalia kwa account kama kitu imeingia, you never know. You cannot plan, you cannot even tell your landlord or landlady when the money is going to come. You can't even tell your kids school when you're going to be paying that rent.
That fees,
so that uncertainty of it all is what really frustrates healthcare workers.
So there's this other issue of apart from delayed salaries, we start here with the council of not council, but they were clinical officers.
Yes.
And one thing that came out also, apart from the funding part of medical health, it's the issue of why am I forgetting this word? He told us the number of patients that doctors have got to treat on a daily basis. So I don't know if you're probably facing the same issues as clinical officers, because he was saying that per day they're supposed to see at the very most 35 patients before advancing them to either a referral or whatever. So madaktari, sijui your quota per day, how many patients are you supposed to see and how many are you currently seeing?
Yeah, so WHO says that a doctor should cover 1,000 people in the population, not patients.
Okay.
That for every 1,000 people there should be a doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're all potential patients. Currently one doctor is attached to around 17,000 Kenyans, so we are almost 17 times shorter. And sometimes when we say these figures, you might just think that they're just numbers. People don't understand what it means. What it means is that today there's a woman who was woken up somewhere in Kawangware with a child in fever the whole night. She probably is a mama for here in Kilimani. Yeah? And she wakes up wondering that, do I go and do my FUA business, then come back and take this baby to the hospital? Or do I take this baby to Kenyatta or Mbagathi, where they'll queue the whole day? She goes to the hospital and queues the whole day. The other two children will be sleeping hungry. She goes to do the FUA business first. She comes back and finds her baby dead. That is what this shortage means. Means that you're going to be queuing the whole day to see one doctor, all of you in the casualty somewhere in some of these hospitals. And that is what then makes sometimes patients choose to go to these local clinics in the estates. Not because they are so rich that they can afford the private healthcare, but because at this pale, they'll be going in and out within maybe 30 minutes to 1 hour. Sadly, in those local private hospitals, there's something called poor private clinics, where it's private, yes, by the name. So somebody will think it's a very high-end private hospital. But no, it's just some nurse or CEO or whoever, or just some quack has seen a need and opened. So this baby will go there, will be told that you have unseen malaria. Then they'll put them on anti-malarials. Then after a week later, the baby will be dying from meningitis. You get that? Because the person whom they saw was not qualified. But they're trying to fill a gap that the public health sector has failed in this country. 56 to 60% of Kenyans are seen in private hospitals. And there are two types of private hospitals.
Yes.
There is the high-end hospital where you go to and you are sure that you have reached the place, we know them. Then there's the private for poor, where it's just a convenience, and then the fact that the drugs are probably there and the lab is working.
Consultation ni mia.
Unaelewa? Yeah. That is what happens.
Yes.
So as a country, we must first of all, as a government, decide that is healthcare a social responsibility of a government, and as such, then do we fund it properly with the taxes? See, the way education gets 600 billion for education, the police get their billions and they recruit every year. How comes that when it comes to healthcare, we are being told that Kenyans must pay SHA to get the healthcare after paying taxes? Why are we waiting for Mzungu, USAID, Trump to give us their taxpayer money to fund our healthcare?
And we shall get to SHA, and we shall also get to USAID in a minute. I want us to go back to that point where we were talking about devolution. Had we not devolved health, because even before devolution, bado tulikuwanga na issues in the health sector. So had we not devolved it, what kind of picture are we looking at right now? Are we saying that we'd be having more doctors serving patients? Are we saying that we'd be having even better pay coming on time? Is that what we're saying?
What we are saying is that before devolution, there were challenges. But remember that before devolution, we had like only 2 or 3 doctors strikes in this country. After devolution, we have had over 100 strikes. Yeah, even right now, we have a strike that's getting to day 73 in Kiambu County. We just finished the strike in Kwale. There's another strike that is maturing in MTRH. So,
did you just call it maturing?
Yes, you give it 14 days and then it matures. Yeah. What happens is that healthcare is a very, very complex thing. We have 49 cadres in healthcare, from the doctor to the nurse, the clinician, to the lab officers, to nutritionist, physiotherapy. There are so many, and there's so many moving parts. Healthcare is the only service or product where end to end it is human beings, from the hospital owner or managers to the doctors to the patient to the relatives. You only deal with the human beings from end to end. So you must really understand what you are getting into. So you have these governors coming in. I know they come in every 5 years. At this national, you can only say that a president can take 2 terms. But in counties, governors only have 5 years. These 5 years, this guy wants to loot. He wants to get money for campaigning. He wants to fight for this election. He knows he might not be coming back. So he has all these supporters and villagers who campaigned for him. So they come in and the only intention is, we have 5 years to
loot.
Yes, kujijenga. Unaelewa? And this healthcare, you get somebody. I have no problem when a governor appoints a retired teacher or a retired campaigner to be a chief officer or a board chairman in the county, and this person wants to supervise somebody who went to school for 15 years. I don't mean that we are any special as doctors, but
you're very special by the way.
You know, this airplane guy who has been in school for 15 years is now a consultant. Then you want me to come to you, some Form 4 dropout, to you are interviewing me for a job or supervising me for my work. It's like literally devolving universities. Then you want the professors to be supervised by retired villagers. So they never understand. In fact, the biggest challenge I've had as a union leader, the biggest challenge is that you go telling them that you need to promote this doctor.
Yeah.
Then they tell you that this guy is young, he's 28. Why should he be earning 300,000 when I'm earning 150? But he's a doctor and you are not. Get that? So they refuse to do. You said to tell them that the salaries have delayed or you are not repaid my loan. They didn't know. You're a doctor, you are rich. Why are you complaining?
Daktari, niko na swali. When like you practice in Embu, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you usually have a sit down probably with the governor or even the CEC in charge of health.
Yes.
When you sit with these executives, what conversations do you usually have? Because I'm feeling like it's either they don't listen or they listen but they just don't care.
You know, the challenge in Kenya is that we are very, very heartless people, especially people whom we elect. Kenyans like their leaders corrupt and they like their leaders rich. So then somebody has to look for that money. So you end up with people who don't care. Somebody is a governor in charge of healthcare in a county. When they fall sick, they come to Nairobi or go abroad. I'm like, it's like a parent who makes breakfast for his children, then he goes and eats in the hotel.
Yeah.
You don't believe in whatever you are cooking yourself for your family. Yeah, so you talk to them, you tell them that patients are suffering, people are suffering, but they're detached. They're detached because they're looking for, the first term governors are looking for money to vie again. The second term governors are looking for monies to use to probably bribe and become CSS in future, or senators, or MPs. So nobody thinks about Mwananchi. You get that? In fact, the only people left fighting for Mwananchi are the unions. On a normal day, unions should fight for their own members. But many a times we find ourselves going for strike for drugs, going to strike for equipment, going to strike for employment of more healthcare workers. Yeah, because the leadership has failed. In WHO, they say the pillars of healthcare. They say that you need to build hospitals, the infrastructure, and stock them up and put equipment. We are doing largely well with that because Kenya tenders, so they get money from building those dispensaries. You now have in Kiambu they built 32 more hospitals, and doctors are on strike for 72 days. You get that? But for obvious reasons. Yeah. Then you have the managed equipment scheme, which was under Uhuru. They brought in equipment and all that from abroad. Of course, it failed miserably, but it was there. Now they're launching today the national equipment scheme, where they are bringing people to business people to put equipment in hospitals. Then they are paid from share. So largely we are good with the infrastructure. After that, you have to hire healthcare workers into those facilities.
Did you just say we are having is someone bringing equipment to hospitals?
Yeah, the new national equipment management scheme, and not previously it was that government leased equipment for 7 years from manufacturers like General Electric and all that. Yeah, it didn't work because they brought the machines, they charged the amount, but there are no people to operate those machines. But government paid almost 64 billion for it. It was a scandal for another day. But now the William Ruto government has come with an idea which I believe is better, where they say that when you are coming as a businessman, you are installing this CT scan. You come, you operate it yourself, and you charge what you have agreed on. Then out of you giving the service, you get paid from that service the patient was charged. So it has to be working.
All right. So you're saying there's a new system that is better than what we had previously.
Yes.
And it is this government that has introduced it.
So that it is, as a supplier of the equipment, you run it, manage it, then you'll be paid. If you don't work on it, you won't be paid. Yeah. So on that part of infrastructure, you are doing very well. Then there's the second bit that you have to hire healthcare workers, because we have a serious shortage of healthcare workers. Can you believe we have like 100 oncologists in this country, seeing 54 million Kenyans with 45,000 plus cancer diagnoses positively gotten, with 9 women dying every day from cervical cancer? Yeah, we only have 100 oncologists in this country. But you know why they want to train or hire more? Because their salary, how will they benefit? So they don't see the need. So they don't handle the HR challenges. The other bit is that after you have done that, you have to bring drugs. There are new changes that have been put in KEMSA, yeah, on how to supply the drugs and all that. Still perfectly well with us. The biggest challenge,
but we still have drugs that are expiring in hospitals.
Yes, it expires because counties have refused to pay KEMSA. KEMSA cannot supply you if you still owe them money.
So we'd rather billions of drugs worth of drugs expire.
Of course, we know the motivation in this country. There's something called push or pull demand of drugs. Pull means that if I'm in Kisumu and there's malaria, I'll tell KEMSA, supply me malaria drugs. But push means that somebody sits somewhere and tenders for malaria drugs. Then they say, where can you take them? Then you take malaria drugs to Meru, where there's no malaria. And then they end up expiring, or buy more than is needed, and then they expire in the stores.
Is this one of those other scandals that we need to have a conversation for another day?
Healthcare is one big mess anyway. But more importantly, I want to say that when you are done with all this, you have to finance it. You have to finance the building, the drugs, paying the workers. We are going to talk about healthcare financing under SHA. But WHO says that after you put all these 4 pillars, you tie it in a neat bundle under leadership and governance. That is what is killing Kenya. Leadership and governance, where our governance system of the evolving healthcare has failed. And we have to be honest. I know that we have tried pushing for the Health Services Commission. We have tried pushing for the decentralization of the curative bit of the medicine. We say that level 5, 6, or 4, 5, 6, where people need to be saved from death, we run it nationally under one policy guideline. You get that? Then the preventive medicine, dispensaries, chanjo, deworming and all that, to achieve counties. See, you have left for them ECDs.
Yes.
And they're doing a good job with ECDs.
Sure.
If you gave them universities and high schools, they'd run them down. So telling them to run level 5 hospitals, ICUs, renal centers, It's a big mistake. Let them deworm children and teach them how to wash hands.
I'm so sorry, I'm laughing, but
So I've always been asking myself, is there a part of that health sector that has not been devolved?
Yes, the level 6 hospitals, the KNH, MTRH, KUTTRH, Madari, get that, they have not been devolved. Do you know why? Because that is the only saving grace. Right now, everybody who falls sick in this country, if you have cancer or these serious illnesses, your only saving grace is going to a level 6 hospital. You go to any other place, you are going to be in trouble. But how many? Now you see the government right now under President William Ruto is now gifting people with the level 6 hospitals. Why is it a gift? Because the level 5s in the counties have failed. So everybody in JTRH, Russia and Kisumu, they'll be given a level 6, they're clapping. Bungoma wamepewa moja, they're clapping. Meru wamepewa moja, they're clapping. Because we all know that the level 5s, the counties have failed.
So hapo president amekuwa mjanja. If he went to every county and just decided to, do I call it steal it from the county and say, now he goes to Kitui and says, this Kitui whatever hospital I've now elevated to level 6. Hapo watakuwa wamesaidia watu.
Yeah, you know, the governors, when they were told that healthcare was devolved, then they thought they found a pot of gold. You know, then they go to this private hospital and they see the kind of money you pay, and they thought that hospitals are so rich. They didn't know that healthcare is so expensive. Yeah? So right now is when they're realizing that, hey, this thing is too much work. But their pride won't allow them to say that, no, curative tumelemewa chukweni. So then they're quietly going, seeding ground on their level 6. But we have to be brave. William Ruto, the president, must be brave enough to call it for what it is. That devolution on the curative side of things have failed.
Well, you had indicated that the only person who thinks of the health sector who saves you is it's the union that is saving actually the patients and even the Kenyans. And I'm also looking at the hospitals that you've just said that they are already on strike. Yeah, others have already issued their notices of strike and so forth. You have been in Empu, and I know you've led a lot of strikes. And there is a time I hosted one of an officer of the Kenya Union of Teachers. And there's something that he said that they once talked to you guys, that you come, they advise you, they give you tips on how to do these strikes for them to be fruitful. Do you think there's the doctors, and comparing with the teachers, that teachers are being treated better than the doctors in terms of when they go for strike, teachers tend to be heard quicker than the doctors?
Not really. We are dealing with the two different circumstances, scenarios, where, you know, I'm having 48 employers, 47 counties and one national government to strike against. Yeah, teachers only have one person to strike against, which is tHE. You get that? 1. 2, a teacher who goes on strike, the worst that can happen is the children will repeat the exam or repeat the class. For me, I go on a strike, people are dying. And you can't undead somebody, untie somebody. If a limb is chopped, you in a motorcycle accident and you are amputated, it won't go again like a lizard's tail. It's gone. So sometimes we have to really think deeply before we engage in those strikes. We cannot afford to shut down everything completely because you have to lose some semblance of services. Because you have parents and relatives that are also sick. We come from the same community. Yeah. So we can also not be too ruthless or having these so-called successful strikes. Yeah. But what is success? KMPD is the only union that has given its members more than 100% pay rise. We used to earn 40,000 less than a decade ago. You get that? The 206 you're hearing about, we were earning 38,000. Yeah, and it changed. Yeah, so the key thing is that the government must follow what ILO says on strikes by essential workers. You know, this government, when you go on strike, they tell us you're essential workers, you can't strike. But when we're not on strike and we tell them we have issues, give it essential priority, they won't. ILO says that essential workers who are healthcare workers are part of them. When they raise complaints, not even strike, the issues should be sorted quickly. And even if an agreement is made, then you have to fully implement that agreement to make them not get agitated and go back to strike again. Right now, every single thing we have agreed on from the CBA 2017, we are still pushing for it 8 years later for its implementation. the basic salary changes, we had to go to court to win that case. We were paid half of it, the other half is not yet been paid. Each and all medical covers. We have healthcare workers who offer services that they can't offer. I have a doctor in MTRH Eldoret whose wife was detained in the very place he works in when she fell sick because he has no medical cover. In Elgeyo Marakwet, they have no medical cover. Yeah, in KNH, the medical cover is you being treated in KNH. So if you fall sick in Kisumu or Mombasa, you have to come all the way to KNH to be treated. So there's a lot of nonsense that's going on, and every time you see doctors, nurses, all these officers getting agitated, don't think that you are no, they know how to flip this story that they wanataka mishahara waongezwe. Many a times we are not asking for pay rise. Many a times we're just saying take care of us to make us take care of Kenyans. Very basic things. Yeah, I know of a doctor. I know 4 doctors right now who have cancer. 2 in Kiambu who we have to fundraise for their covered
treatment. Yeah,
I know 1 in MTRH, also stage 4 cancer. We have a WhatsApp group fundraising. Can you imagine how sad that you have to miss treatment or you have to be subjected to fundraising as a doctor to get services that you offer every single day when you are healthy? And that's why KMPD keeps on saying that we might be a nuisance, we might look, we are a very restless union, but if the language that government understands is a strike, we'll give it freely.
Doc, there's something you said a couple of paragraphs back, and it's about the National Health Council.
Yeah.
Is that something that actually exists?
So what we wanted, after we found that the devolution had given governors to chew more than they can, we told them that out of these complicated things in this healthcare, surrender the human resource function to a commission. The commission existed in the Bomas draft, just like tHE, Judicial Service Commission, Police Service Commission. There was a Health Services Commission that was supposed to handle the HR functions of healthcare. Yeah, the only time it was removed was in Naivasha in the final draft when they said there were too many commissions, and they said that kina nani wenye wako kwa hii meeting, it was healthcare workers. So what happened? It was removed without people considering the importance. And now we find ourselves in every county does whatever it wants on HR. Yet we guys are in the same country. Can you believe that in this country, we can have my classmate or somebody junior to me who just happens to work in County X in a higher job group earning more than me who was probably ahead of them because maybe in the county I work in, they have not promoted. Can you believe that we are in a country where if today I got married and my wife was a nurse in Mombasa and I was a doctor in Embu, there's no chance of us as a family ever living together because we cannot move across counties. There's no inter-county transfer. When you are locked there, you are locked forever. Can you believe that we're in a country where in Migori they have one OBGY gynecologist and in Nakuru they have 20 to 30 of them? Same country, same taxpayers. It's not fair to have these different ways of running healthcare in the same country, and this healthcare is not being funded by county-based resources.
Why not take
budget
this
from the exchequer?
Why not take this 10 from this county and just take them where there's one?
Exactly, and that's why we say that let us have a health services commission that will sit back and say that we have 16,000 doctors in this country. How do we distribute them? Cancer is killing us. How many do we take to train for this master's program? You get that?
Daktari,
it is so simple.
Yeah.
And every time somebody tries to push for that in BBI 1, the proposal was there. Governors went and blackmailed Raila and Uhuru and told them that if you put it here, we are going to oppose BBI. It was removed. Right now we have a chance. We have this proposal that was given the intergenerational conclave. Kenyans are opposing this idea, but I'm telling them this is a perfect place to look back at what has not worked for us in this constitution. We say that healthcare is not working for us, so and we say that we want a referendum on it.
You're for the conclave.
I am fully supporting any venture that can make us look back. Hii katiba tulipewa 2010. Does it make sense? Does it make sense to have chiefs and then have ward reps and administrators? Does it make sense to have the county bosses, governors, then you have county commissioners? Okay. Does it make sense?
Okay, so we'll get to the politics part of this. As we also discussed the SHA, I still want to go back to the fact that we have an imbalance of practitioners.
Yes.
So there's a county that has got more practitioners that it needs, like now you've said the OBGYNs
Yes.
Kuna mali wako wengi kuliko mali kwingine. Maybe kuna mali hata kuna oncologist na hizo vitu zote. and those are some of the things that you're pushing for. Is it possible to, as we gear up to have the Health Services Commission, we also just see how we can deal with that, first of all, that issue of Machakos County, for instance, haina gainers wa kutosha, lakini tukiangalia Marsabit wako excess, hata wanakaanga idle during the day. Is that a conversation that can be held today?
Yes, it can be held. No, after the last the June last year's demos, the president formed a health services commission. No, a health human resource reforms task force.
Yes,
and I was a member of it. And the idea was to look at all the challenges on the human resources of health issues, and we realized that the problem starts right from training. We call it production, where people realize that health is a marketable cause. So any Tom, Dick and Harry will open a college and call it a medical training college. Any person with a private clinic add some English name, John Hassan, what medical college attached to it. They have no lecturers, but they want students to pay fees and to work for them in those hospitals for free. You get that? So production, somebody just wakes up with a C+, say that, oh, I don't qualify for medicine in Kenya. I'll go to Russia, I'll go to Turkey. You go study, come back. You get that?
Or they actually qualify in those countries.
Yes, somebody wakes up in JKUAT, say that I'm going to have a program called Bachelor's in Ophthalmology. Ophthalmology is a master's program in medicine. But they don't care. They just created it there. They want money paid. Somebody says they're going to have a degree clinical officers. They're like, no. CEOs are meant to be diplomas to do a certain kind of job. When you give them a degree, who are they? Are they doctors or who are they? But since the confusion in the production, we say that we must have control around that production. Secondly, was about the training, that you get a county say that you want to go for your masters. No, you can't do OBGY or gynecology. We have enough of them. So they deny you, tell that if you can do ENT, we'll let you go to school. But your dream was to be a gynecologist. But
so we have gatekeepers in
that. Then they stop you from doing it. Yet
is that
you can
legal?
Still go to school. Yes, they made a policy on it. Yet you can still go to school, do your gynecology, and go to a county that needs you. And the other challenge in the training was that as a county, when they release you to go back for your masters, they have to pay your salary on that study leave. But you are studying your masters in MTRH or in KNH. We are giving services, you are doing surgeries, SHA is paying them. And this money they pocket. So we told them.
And you as the doctor, you're getting nothing.
So we told them, why can't we have an arrangement where when you go back for your masters, Ministry of Health sponsors you for school fees and pays your salary. When you graduate, they look at the country. Wangalia, where is the shortage? Then they send you where the actual shortage is. But there's no communication between counties. There's no communication between counties and Afya House, because they just mistrust also around people fighting for resources.
Na hiyo si kitu tunaweza enda tuketi na Duale tu saizi. Na tumwambie boss, cheki. Ngori ko hapa.
Actually, that issue of inter-county transfers, like you can have some medics from this county to another county, could solve that.
Yes.
If the president can just say, let there be hustler fund, and there is hustler fund. See, he can also just say, let there be this division and we take these people there.
I can assure you,
executive order.
It is easier said than done. The governors have approached their work and the counties like private property. They are like small gods. Yeah. If you dare touch anything, touching on healthcare, they'll tell you, you are now fighting devolution. And no, right now the president has his back pushed against the wall, so he does not want to do anything that disturbs the apple cart. I'm very sure that in his second term, God willing, if he gets there, he can be brave enough to do it. Right now, with the kind of control that governors have on the politics of the day, I don't think that no president can ever touch that topic on a first time.
If he can't do it now, I don't think he can do it in a second term.
So Kenyans then must decide. Kenyans must decide what works for them, and that's why that conclave idea must be that if the politicians won't feel our pain, let us have a discussion where we feel our own pain. We cannot all be going to parliament to talk, but in this conclave, or this whatever you want to call it, we can have Kenyans speaking. That mother dying from cancer can come speak and say what this is not working for them. That child going to fail for school, going to school, they're going to come and say what is bothering them. We must have a place where for the first time as a country we sit and agree for fact that healthcare in this current arrangement has failed miserably.
Well, Daktari, I want to understand what impact or effects does this reshuffling of the CSS for health and the PSS has on the implementation of those some of the issues that you heard on the CBA.
Let me tell you, sometimes it's very frustrating, and I also feel the president's frustrations when he keeps on changing these waziris and all that. But he's not curing the issue. It's like having a child who is having fever, and the only thing you're giving is paracetamol, and the fever will recur and paracetamol again when you don't know whether is it a bacterial infection, is it malaria. We must diagnose Kenya's healthcare problem for what it is. Even if today we took healthcare and put it under the State Department Office of the President to be run by the HE himself, there are always going to be challenges because you cannot run this critical sector with 48 different ways. Honorable Duale has come. The one good thing that I appreciate about Honorable Duale and what is doing differently from the other two ministers is that the other two ministers were very competent. In fact, the second one was a doctor. But healthcare has so much vested interests, so many business interests that you don't know this toe you are stepping on belongs to which ring you have to kiss. You get that? So what Duale comes with, that Duale comes with, first of all, the full backing of State House. Two, it comes that he has been in Parliament, he knows the politics of the day. And being a career civil servant, he knows inside out who, what, when. So when he comes and starts giving orders and making decisions, nobody's going to threaten him with anything because he talks to the boss directly. Yeah. So with that kind of power that he has come with, the political will he has come with, he can make certain changes. But I can assure you it will not last long because we are putting these changes on an individual. Can he really push it for 2 years? That's one question. Secondly, can the other 47 governors align with this vision? Otherwise, if we don't have that, we must have this thing institutionalized. Even if Dr. Oluga is there, he was a unionist. I can assure you as KMPDU, we are not holding our breath that is going to do anything because the system is broken. And if the system is broken, no matter who, if you give even the best pilot a broken plane, they still crash it. Because we have to ask ourselves that in the current arrangement, are the counties ready to take instructions from Afya House? Because Katiba inasema kwamba the policy directions are based at Afya House. They are not ready for Afya House. Are they ready to cede funds to the counties for functions that are already devolved? Afya House cannot be getting 140 billion in budget plus donor money around 80 billion when healthcare is 90% plus devolved. Are they ready to give this money? The other one for UHC workers, they to be paying them from Afya House. They refuse to send the money to the counties because somebody wanted to add ghost workers wakule pesa wao pia. So are they also willing to release money to counties to do their job? So it's a fight for resources by the leaders in healthcare. We must, as Kenyans, say enough is enough. It's not good enough to tell me that you have built roads or built bridges or built stadia. All those things will not help me when I'm dying. When you put 600 billion in education and you don't take care of my health, a dead professor is a dead human being. Nobody cares about the PhD. So no matter what you fund, even if you hire that many policemen, a sick officer won't be going to work. Right now the policemen don't have a proper cover. So we must get to a point that Kenyans know that at the center of it all is healthcare.
Sasa wa Kenya hapo wanaweza fanyaje? How can Kenyans help? Because at the end of the day, the most people can do is make noise, go to the streets, get shot, die, repeat. You know,
that's why I've said that I'm very happy that we've been talking about healthcare lately. Because for a long time, Kenyans refuse to discuss healthcare as an agenda politically. But right now, you can see no single political event goes without healthcare being discussed. Means that even the politicians right now know that healthcare has a political price to it. One. Two, Kenyans must decide that in the coming elections, somebody must set for you their health agenda. Not at the president's level. The MP, you have MPs who sat and passed the shallow with all the challenges it had. We have to ask them those questions. We have those governors who are chewing our monies. We have senators who have been elected to supervise the governors. You know, sometimes I get so pissed off with Omtata. He speaks and wants to check on President Ruto, but you go to Busia, healthcare is collapsed in Busia. Yet the work of a senator first and foremost is to check the governor. Yeah? So we have to hold our politicians accountable. One. Two, we must push for that conversation. It's not enough for someone to say that we won't talk, we are tribalists, we are leaderless, we are what less. No. We must agree that we must talk on what's not working for us in this country. So Kenyans must decide on that. And finally, my plea to our leaders. Sometimes you must listen to the people. You cannot be seeing Kenyans crying on TV every day, crying on social media every day, crying on the struggles that they have with. You cannot be seeing people sitting on the street with wounds begging for money and not feel anything. You must feel ashamed when you have to travel out of the country every time you fall sick. When you know you are a voter, even your ward manager can't afford that. So I plead that the leaders must also have ile roho ya huruma. And finally, the president, Kina Raila, they have to be brave enough and reverse some of these mistakes. A good idea must give way to a better idea. The evolution of healthcare was a good idea that has failed, and we must learn that we can go the Cuba way. You can the primary healthcare is put on the community level. They can have those CHPs walking around doing BPs, taking sugars. We can have the CHPs doing the warming kids, giving them health education, teaching on hand washing. You get that? You can have the dispensaries, vaccines, changes, and all that. Then after that, the health center, these outpatient things, home and nini, we have CEOs who can handle that. Then any moment it moves to a curative side, which is very, very expensive, level 4, 5, 6, you then let somebody have a national standards.
Let me ask you a question, because most of the time we have civil servants who are capable of getting these medical covers and so forth. And the other day there was that push for public servants or the civil servants to start using public facilities, health facilities. Do you think this in any way can be able to address the issues that we are having in terms of the decisions that people are making, those who are in that docket?
Actually, Daktari, I want you to hold on that thought. You'll answer in the second hour, where we shall also address the SHA issue and the political will that we've been mentioning here, and also the solutions that we can have today on the, are we on the 7th day? Yes, the 7th day of August 2025. Do stand by, because Dr. Dennis Miskela is in the studio. He's the Deputy Secretary General of Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. He's here to talk about the health sector standoff. All right, so any questions you might have for him, you can always find us on Radio Gen KE and of course on our WhatsApp number as well. But right now, here is the news.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. No money has been lost in the government's Hustler Fund, says MSME's PS Susan Mangeni. PS Mangeni said no official loss has been declared and the program is meeting its target in lending, savings and building credit history. She said over 73 billion shillings has been disbursed, 5 billion saved, and 9 million Kenyans are now repeat borrowers. Her defense comes after KHRC report claimed 340 shillings out of every 500 borrowed has been lost. Allegations which President William Ruto also rejected as misleading, saying the fund's 83% repayment rate matches the banking sector.
As of 7th of August 2025, that is a report that we have. 6 billion
has been lost. There's no money, which there is nothing called lost. Have I declared a loss?
You tell me.
No, the question is, have I declared?
Clearly you haven't.
Then,
or clearly you're not
what
declaring
makes
a
people
loss.
say it has been lost? Now, before that, you've asked me a question, because you ask a very important question, which I don't want us to lose sight of. You said, tell us, have you met your objective? Yes, so far we can say we are meeting objective in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of giving people first level experience, and in terms of coming up with a fund that now can do some sort of credit census. Because the experience we've had in almost now 2.5 years, we have disbursed up to 73 billion.
Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union issued a 14-day strike notice over what it terms as disregard of signed agreements by both the national and county governments. KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela accused the state of reneging on key aspects of the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement and its subsequent agenda.
Council of Guidance indicated this money was allocated. That is for the adjustment of salaries. Treasury in the other areas has disappeared with the areas because they can't explain where this money has gone. So doctors are agitated. And then they're saying they're giving government 14 days from yesterday to actually have this payroll adjusted this month. That's one. And so that we can see that what was to be done in 2017 is done and sorted and our agreements are complied to. We're also giving government 14 days that these arrears that are accrued actually paid. Failure to which we're going to give them a strike notice. We will hold billions of money.
Murang'a Senator Joe Nyutu has tabled a motion in Senate seeking the automation and decentralization of the Certificate of Good Conduct application process. The senator termed the current manual system outdated, insufficient, and a barrier for thousands of Kenyans, particularly the youth. Speaking during a Senate session on Wednesday, August 6, 2025, Nyutu argued that the manual process is time-consuming and disproportionately affects applicants in rural and remote areas who are forced to travel long distances for the service. He called on the National Police Service Commission to develop a fully automated, secure system that incorporates biometric fingerprinting, data encryption, and real-time verification.
Cognizant that the importance of introducing an automated good conduct certification system, including the utilization of biometric fingerprint verification through the deployment of biometric kits, will enhance accuracy, security, and expediency in verifying individuals' record. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the National Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, to 1. Develop and implement an automated good conduct certification system designed to streamline the issuance, renewal, and verification of certificates of good conduct.
At least 319 civilians were killed in July in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo by the M23 armed group, according to the United Nations, which has strongly condemned the militia's attacks despite recent ceasefire agreements. In a statement issued Wednesday, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk said the killings occurred amid ongoing clashes between M23 fighters and the Congolese army in areas already suffering from decades of conflict and humanitarian crisis. The M23, which is backed by Rwanda, has been advancing across parts of the mineral-rich eastern region since the re-emerging in 2021. And that's the Truth and Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
It is now 6 minutes past 9 o'clock, and in studio we do have Dr. Dennis Miskela. He is the Secretary General of KMPDU, na tunaongelea maneno ya the health sector, which kuna shida nyingi. But before we continue the conversation, allow me to give a few shout-outs here. We do have Samrak watching from Boston, Massachusetts. Samrak, thank you so much. We also have Collins Kemi. Is it Kemi or Kemei? Asante sana for tuning in. We also do have Langat Musema Ukweli. This is Langat Musema Ukweli. Amesema Mombasa Nairobi Expressway usahihi will be done in collaboration with USA. Okay, responding to something we had spoken in the previous hour. Also, Techden Writers, amesema very good morning to you. Thank you so much. The Blue Moon, habari yako. Njuki Mungai, habari yako. Nancy Abura as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Mtsetse, am I saying that correctly? Good morning to you. How are you doing? Alden Kidula as well. A very good morning. Asante sana na Fidelis Mayabi. Asanteni sana for tuning in. Let's continue the conversation, Daktari. And I think Patricia had just asked you a question. Patricia, kindly, for those who are joining us right now, if you could just repeat that question for them.
Well, it's about that proposal and the push for civil servants to start using public hospitals. And I was asking, do you think this is able to address the issues that we have of the laws they are coming with? Because I know they're the ones who are working in the government and they are part of coming up with the laws, that is governing issues to do with health in our country.
Yeah, I know the proposal from Honorable Jalango MP for Langata. It's a very lazy proposal. Let me tell you, equity is not about cutting the legs of those who are tall. Equity is about giving stool to step those who are short. So you don't tell the civil servants to come to these poorly run public hospitals to make services be improved. What you do is that you push for more funding to improve the public facilities. You push for more money. You push for a law for annual recruitment of healthcare workers they do with the soldiers and the police. You push for laws to safeguard devolution. You push for laws to punish corruption at the county level. You push for laws to compel Afya House to release money and functions to the counties if you have to. But just deciding that you choose the lazy one of that, and then in the you are seeing a crack, then you say let's block it with some cement when you're not diagnosing the basic issues. So yes, you can push for public service workers to go there, but it won't help. Just like we had the civil servant medical scheme in NHIF. Then under SHA they removed it, and then they say that we are all equal, let's all get the same cover. But that's a very mistake you are doing, because you are cutting the legs of those who are tall. If they have a better cover, make SHA be as good as their cover. Don't take them to this other low level cover. 1, 2, these public servants, every salaried individual in this country supports a minimum of 9 individuals. As Ms. Keller Dennis here, I support average 9. My mother, my retired father, a sibling there, an uncle there, grandmother, and all these people, you're not just feeding them, you are paying for their SHA contributions every month. Because where is my retired mother and father get money to pay for SHA? Or my grandmother? I have to pay for them. So when you are coming for me already, you do the 2.75 of my gross, I still have to pay for 4, 5, 6 other people to introduce SHA. So it makes no sense looking at it from the point of that you're a privileged lot. Instead, open the door for the others who are outside to join us in this better healthcare by budgeting and allocating more resources there. It won't help. I can assure you that what it will simply do, it simply make me as Ms. Keller get a private insurance. Then I use that private insurance to go to a private hospital. You can't force me to go to a public hospital. What it does, when I have more money, I'm not giving to a private insurance. I have less money to pay for my grandmother her SHA contribution, to send to the people I'm supporting. So the more you frustrate the public servants, the more you are cutting your nose to spite your face.
So lazy or not, Daktari, is it something that can actually help push, even if it will push a centimeter out of 1,000 kilometers?
No.
At all.
You know why I will not support that? Because it's like telling somebody that this cup has poison. But instead of us saying that we get a fresh cup, you are saying that let's all drink the poison. You cannot say that by forcing these people to public hospitals, you're curing a broken system. Just cure the broken system that all of us can enjoy it. So it will not work. First of all, MPs, you know how much they love themselves.
Yeah.
They have 10 million shillings per year covers. They're not going to. Have you ever been to a public hospital recently?
Yes,
the
I have.
queues. Then you go to the lab. KNH is heaven, brother. I was in KNH for my masters.
Yes.
And you find yourself in some of these county hospitals, even the basic lab just ya kupima tu mkojo, hata kupima damu hakuna. So unakuja hapo unaambiwa kwamba level 1 to 4 is free, private healthcare fund is exchequer fund, in and out without paying. Then you arrive, you wait for 2 hours for the healthcare worker to see you. Ukipata kama hujalipwa mshahara pia wako on strike 72 days kama Kiambu utawaona. Then unaambiwa enda lab hakuna reagents, hakuna kitu inafanya kazi, unatuma nje upime ulete. Then daktari unarudi unapata daktari hata yuko amekimbia kupeleka mtoto wake hospitali kwa hata ana medical cover. He comes back in the afternoon anakuambia iko sawa, enda upigwe x-ray. Ukienda x-ray ama ultrasound, tuna ile haribika last month hajatengenezwa. Unatumwa nje tena, unakosa fare ya kwenda kuipiga ama pesa ya kuilipia, unapotea 2-3 days ukienda kupiga picha. Unarudi unambia uko na shida, nunua hizo madawa. Ukienda kwa pharmacy hakuna madawa, unaenda kutafuta pesa kununua madawa. So hii SHA yako yote ulilipa, how has it helped you? hajakusaidia. And that's why Kenyans are not joining SHA, because it adds no value to them. The hospitals are ill-equipped, ill-resourced, pharmacies are empty.
Okay.
You cannot start a journey that you say that you want to go to Kisumu, and the first thing you want to start with is that you want me to pay fare before I've even seen the car taking me there. People are made to pay for services that don't exist. Why can't we first of all fix healthcare?
Let me ask you, you talked of the doctors. I mean, the governors, the MPs. You said an MP, of course, will not go to a public hospital.
Yes.
Kwenda kutibiwa, manake akona cover kubwa. So assuming today they have been forced to use the public hospitals, and now we know they are the ones who come up with the laws, and the laws, of course, governing maybe also the budgeting, the budget that the medical or the health sector gets. Do you think this can improve the situation?
You know, it really indicts as Kenyans the type of leaders we elect. If you have to force them to go to those hospitals for them to feel your pain, then it shows the kind of characters we line every year, 5 years to vote. If they cannot see the pain of those women queuing on the side of the road in Kilimani to wash clothes, if you cannot feel the pain of children dying with heart conditions, if they cannot feel the pain of kidney patients who have to dialyze and sell cows to get dialysis, that they have to be forced to go to those hospitals for them to make them work, then the indictment is on us Kenyans. I can assure you that they simply will take... No, you can't force me where I seek care. You can't force me. They'll simply get other insurance. In fact, the people will benefit that law is private insurances. Because once you force them there, people will take private insurance covers and go to private hospitals. But more importantly, private hospitals are not our enemies. There's nothing wrong with seeking care there.
True.
The only thing we must know that they're in it for profit.
So we have
they're in it for profit. And anytime you put a social function as a business venture, those who suffer are those who are the poor.
Tuko na swali hapa daktari from Agre K Chabeda. Amesema from independence and for 20 years, health and education were devolved to the city, municipal and county councils. The system worked. Centralization was the start of failing primary health care. So I don't know, do you agree with Agri?
Agri says something very important towards the end. Centralization is what
was the start of failing primary health care.
Yes, and do you know what primary health care is?
Niambie.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
That's what I've been saying all along. See those municipal councils. In Dagoretti here there was a health center. In Dandora there was one. Bagavi was Pangani, Pumwani was one. You get that? Do you know what it was about? Preventive medicine. That's why you say that Kamambaya. Let's take back 1, 2, 3 to the counties. Let them focus on deworming, on changes, hand washing. That is what the Kanjos were doing all along, checking on the meat ventures and all that. The moment you hit curative, there were the Nyayo wards built by President Moi. There were these hospitals. If you go to all districts, there were district hospitals, and they were built the same way because it was a national program. There were the provincial medical officers, there were the district medical officers. It was never devolved because in healthcare, you want a one command center. We are saying we are approaching COVID like this. We are all that way. These are our cancer policies. We all that way. On maternal health, this is what we are going to do. On vaccination, we all push together. Right now, different governors are doing differently. You go to Nairobi County, Sakaja has hired 200 doctors. He has hired people. He has activated all these facilities. You're saying hallelujah. Then you go down Kiambu Road, you find a 74-day strike with healthcare workers out there and still crying. Then what do? You have still failed the same Kenyans. Then you go to Masabit, where a governor is boasting of doing the first cesarean section ever. But yet, the kitchen is closed. Patients have to buy food in the market and eat in the ward. What are you doing? Then you go to Nakuru, where everything was perfectly working. They have a cancer center. They have all these things going on. Yet, in the same country, such inequality. And the saddest bit of it, that all these counties' healthcare are being funded by the exchequer. Mark you, the budgets for health in the counties are not from market collections. They are not from this cess you see on the road they're collecting cess. They are monies from the exchequer. So it means that even that poor mother dying in Turkana because of failed healthcare pays the same tax as this person enjoying healthcare in Mombasa County. We must have a country where citizens have the same level of, you know, that whether I fall sick in Gishu or in Marakwet, I will get the same kind of care. And nobody speak about that. Nobody talk about standards. because you have left too much decision making to politicians who worry about the next election.
Daktari, SHA has been one of those things that I don't even think Kenyans understand.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Because there are some people who will give you success stories. They'll tell you, mimi nilienda hospitali nimetibiwa. Mwingine anakuambia this thing is just, it's a monster by itself. When SHA was being formulated, when that bill was being drafted and all those things that happened, where was KMPD? I don't know if you were the SecGen then, but mulikuwa kama madaktari.
Yeah, so a good question. And today, probably I'll make Kenyans understand what SHA is all about. Yeah, and first of all, I have to say that those who say that is working and those who say that is not working are all right. They're both right. Yeah, because if somebody showed you a tail of a giraffe and somebody only uses an antelope, a tail of an antelope, somebody else was shown a hoof. Na moja aseme ni antelope na mwingine aseme ni mbuzi. You cannot say one is wrong. Because it's based on your experience on what you saw.
Yes.
So those who are saying it's not working for them, they're genuinely concerned it's not worked for them. Those who are saying it's working, for the bit they went for, it has worked for them and they're just right. But let me go back to your question. KMPD has been there. And SHA is one of those issues that really, really frustrates me. Because we, from the word go, and this is not a blame that I put even on Honorable Duale or even Kina Deborah. This is a blame that I put right at the doorstep of Parliament. When SHA bill was being formulated, KMPD submitted a 25-page document telling them what could work, what could not work. From the word go, we told them that, first of all, the financing model for Kenya cannot work, where you have to finance healthcare through contribution, kila mwezi, ama whatever. Kenya has only 20% of its population on a salary every month. So those are the only people you are assured of deducting every month to get money from them. The rest are in Juakali, who there's no way of compelling them to. They put a clause in the initial bill that if you don't pay SHA, you can't get government services, which alleged in court and won, because Kenyans pay taxes. You can't deny me services because of another additional thing that I might not need or I don't want to participate in. The other thing we told them, that these guys in Juakali, how will you know what somebody should be giving? How will you know that we atatoa 1,000, we atatoa 200? Because when you put them in testing, Kenyans lie. You tell them which house do you live in, mtu anasema ni matope. You get that? Because ukisema ni mawe, utalipa more.
Kuna mahali niliona swali nikiregister for SHA, wakaniuliza ni kama niko na choo.
Yes.
Na hiyo choo inakaa
aje. Yes.
Hey, I found that very...
Yes, because they're using that based on the toilet you're using to estimate how much. Mean testing is one of the most inaccurate ways of knowing social determinants of economic abilities. We told them that. Or even today you have a motorcycle, you say that you have a motorcycle when mtu anduthi, wakweke 600. Kesho, ugongwe na gari mduthi imeanguka. Maybe ilikuwa ni nduthi ya, umechukua na hii mambo ya pay as you work on it. Ama you have 3 cows, umeandika hapo kuna ng'ombe 3. Kesho foot and mouth disease wamekufa, you are cowless. Yes. Yeah. How will you contribute? So we told them that it was not possible. Yeah. So we told them that the easiest way to finance healthcare is through taxes. Everybody pays taxes. Ukinua sukari, ukinua nini. So we told them, can you attach even 1% or take 1% of taxes and put it on healthcare? They didn't listen to that. So all these proposals were not listened to at Parliament level, that we went to court and won some cases and lost some cases. But along the way, we were told that probably you guys are fighting this SHA too much. Maybe it's not working because you have poisoned people. So we said as KMPD and healthcare workers, let's step back and support it. Let's not say that we want this child to be born and to start running. Let's step back and support it. And we have been very, very supportive of SHA. We have 25 million people who have registered. But they're only registering because they were told that level 1, 2, 3 is free in the primary healthcare fund. So let me make Kenyans understand what our SHA is. What do I leo? SHA is a social health authority, and this authority manages 3 funds. And the first fund is the primary healthcare fund, which handles level 1, 2, 3 hospitals and 4. And this fund is supposed to be funded by taxes by the exchequer. They asked for almost, was it 14 billion? Yes. They were given 8 billion. So it's a drop in the ocean. But this is a fund that ensures that you just walk in and walk out without paying anything in level 1, 2, 3, and 4. But as I told that those hospitals are just ni jina tu, ndani hakuna madawa, hakuna vitu. So people are then forced to go to higher level hospitals where there's this fund called SHIF, the second fund. SHIF, is like the NHIF that went. Is the contributory scheme that you give every month. And it only kicks in ideally when you're admitted. So what do the clever Kenyans or the clever hospital owners who want to make money do, since primary healthcare fund is a little? They'll admit even cases that don't deserve to be admitted. To make money.
Sasa hapo ndio nataka tukuje.
Yes. So we'll get there.
Yeah.
So hapo already, this little money people are contributing, this 4 million people are contributing, is already being misused because you come with the flu, unafaa kupata dawa uende nyumbani, dawa hakuna, so we'll admit you, then we'll charge 16,000 to SHA. Then finally there's the third fund, the emergency critical illness and chronic illness fund. These two were supposed to be an exchequer fund funded by the taxes. Was to cover for things like dialysis, things like cancer treatment and all that. They asked for 47 billion, they got 2 billion. Another drop in the ocean. And that's why you've been told after ICU, top up. After this, add this. But the most critical thing that Kenyans were never told, or Kenyans were wrongfully told, in the desperation for government to make people buy into SHA, the certain pronouncements that they made that are hurting the fund. People must know that SHA is not an endless pot of fund. It is finite. Iko na mwisho wake. So when you tell people that ukikuwa mgonjwa ama ukipata accident, you can pay on your way to the hospital, you can register or in the waiting bay na ikutumikie. You are going to suffer something called adverse selection, where miskela niko na gari, sina insurance, nikisha igonga ndio nakata insurance, even if you make me pay for the whole year, like there are people are paying now for the whole year. I pay maybe 12,000 for the whole year, but my treatment is 200,000. Kila mtu akifanya hivyo, the fund can't be sustained. It will fail. In insurance, there will be more people paying than more people using. So the fund is always having more income than expense. That's one mistake that they did in the desperation. And how to cure it is by putting a waiting period. That you have at least 2 to 3 months waiting period. So you know that you should always have a cover because you don't know when you'll fall sick. So there are going to be more people contributing. But right now they're burdening salaried people. You have 25 million registered. Only 4 million contributing. And out of this 4 million contributing, 3.8 million are salaried people. You can't do that.
Let me take you back a little bit. You've talked of level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4.
Yes.
So I do not, it's not a must that I have a SHA, a cover for me to get treated in this level.
That's a good question. You don't have to be paid up for a shift to access primary healthcare fund and the emergency chronic and critical illness fund. You only need to register. But to register, you can access this fund 1 and fund 3.
Register what?
So you register 147 hash shift.
Okay.
So once you register, they have your data. Otherwise, people lipa per month. You access primary healthcare fund for free and ECCIF for free because they are taxpayers. As a taxpayer, is your right.
Ngoja tu kidogo daktari.
Yeah.
Mimi nimeregister kitu inaitwa SHA.
Yeah.
Hiyo bado ndio shift.
Ndio hiyo.
SHA is a house.
Yeah, I want us to be clear.
SHA is a house.
Yes.
Primary healthcare fund is 1 bedroom. Shift is a sitting room. ECCIF is another room. So but they're all under this house called SHA.
So I have a SHA number.
Yes.
Sawa.
Yes.
Mimi hiyo ndio kitu ninajua.
Yes.
Whether I've paid or not,
yes,
it's neither here nor there. So if today I happen to walk to panaitwaje hapa Mama Lucy Hospital, I will get treated for what exactly?
Yes. The moment you just pay for SHA, isha kufungulia gate into that compound called SHA.
The moment I register or pay?
Register too.
Okay.
Ukisha ingia kwa hiyo gate, you can be treated for free in level 1, 2, 3 and 4 outpatient just by registering, because this one is being run from the taxpayer fund in the exchequer. So as a taxpayer, you have a right just by paying taxes.
So there are different kinds of outpatient services, right? So can I get dental?
You can get anything that does not require admission.
So I can be treated
any
for
disease that hata kama malaria
I can get treated for syphilis when
anything. Bora uja admitiwa. The moment you are admitted like this,
hiyo sasa ni malipo.
Shift kicks in. The second fund kicks in.
Okay. So, and the reason I'm asking this, Daktari, is because I want us to understand, because there are those success stories and there are those other stories, yeah? So
and I'll get there.
Yeah. So, and I'm asking because someone is probably listening and they're wondering, okay, sasa nilipe nisilipe, but nikienda, so kuna mtu ajenda hospitali because anasema niliregister SHA ama hataki kuregister because they're like, I don't even have money to pay for that thing. So even if I register, siwezi siwezi enda kutibiwa. So what we are saying is I've registered for SHA, I've gone through that mean testing, nikawambia ninatumianga pitlatrine, tunatumianga 100 of us. So I can actually now with my registration walk to Mama Lucy Hospital today and get treated for whatever outpatient disease.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you can still also access ICU and dialysis just by registering without even paying anything. Do you know why? Because these two funds, primary healthcare fund and the emergency fund, they are being funded by taxes, not by contribution. So anybody who is a taxpayer, a Kenyan, will access those two funds. The challenge comes in now this second fund, SHIF. And SHIF is the NHIF of days gone by, where you now have to be paid up for SHIF. That's why you hear about that. We have 25 million people registered, but only more 4 million are paying. Because people registered to access these other two funds, but they can't access the middle fund. And this middle fund, you are now being told you have to pay for it annually. If you are ukukwa mjengo.
Sasa hii ndio ile ya SHIF.
Yes.
Hii ndio ile sasa God forbid you get admitted. Ulale hospitali.
And now there, without the debate comes in, is SHA working or not? Is that those who are using SHIF are getting the services. You're admitted, inalipa. Unafanyiwa surgery, inalipa. But there's nothing to clap about. Why? Because NHIF was doing exactly that. Where issues come is in these other two funds, where you were told when they were selling this SHA idea that utailipa chochote outpatient. You get that?
Yes.
Utaiongeza kitu kwa dialysis ama kwa cancer treatment. That's what they sold you. But since they have allocated less funds into these two funds, you have to pay for it. And that's why now this other group of people saying it's not working are talking about. They know that nobody is wrong in this debate. 80% of Kenyans go for outpatient services.
Yes.
And when they go there, they have to pay. So to them, it's not working. Only 20% go for the inpatient, who to them, SHA is working. Then they have the other extremely sick dialysis cancer patients who also have been wronged. And why do I say so? In cancer under NHIF, if, for example, my wife and I are both contributors independently, I had 600,000 for my contribution to treat me for cancer. And if I deplete it as her husband, I can use her cover the other 600,000 for my side.
That was with NHIF.
So that's 1.2 million per household in NHIF. What did the SHA do for that fund? They said that now they're giving you 550,000 per household. Now it's no longer per individual. So if I finish my 550,000, I can't access anything. God forbid, if my wife and I both have cancers, I finish the cover, she can't access even her own 550,000 because it's only 550 per household.
So is it possible to register both of us, but I do not declare my wife as my spouse?
Yes, that is okay. But how? but after doing that, how will you access her fund if she's not your spouse? The whole idea was that we wanted a pot of 1.2 million per household to cater for cancer. But now they only have 550. Yeah. The other thing that politicians and those who are selling SHA didn't tell Kenyans that SHA was not meant to cover for all your healthcare expenses. There's nothing like free healthcare. Somebody must pay for it. And according to the Ministry of Health, our healthcare budget needs to fund all our healthcare needs in this country is 550 billion shillings. SHA collects around 325 billion plus government allocations for the budget. Then wazungu watakuja waongeze kina Trump ongeze 50 billion. Inakuja around 380 billion. You still have a gap of 70 billion to plug. And somebody must plug for this 70 billion. And who do you think it is? It's me and you. That they pay, that the co-payment we are complaining about.
Okay.
We have to get back and tell Kenyans that SHA's, and the idea was that to stop you from dying. Number two, to stop you from being broke. For example, if you have a bill for 500,000, SHA can pay for you 350, but you'll have to top up the 150. The 350 have saved you from selling your land. But you can now look for the 150. If Kenyans understood that concept, they have no problem chipping in. But when you go selling to them, telling them that healthcare will be free, unaingia na kutoka, then you know they'll be feeling cheated.
Yes.
Because you didn't tell them the truth.
I have a question in regards to the drugs.
Yes.
Because when I have my private insurance cover, I will walk into any the big hospitals,
Yes,
the private ones,
Yeah.
get treated, and it will even purchase the drugs for
Yes,
me.
yes.
So basically, I have not spent a coin apart from my premiums that I'm paying.
Yes.
So now, is SHA also giving me the same?
We told SHA when we were starting that you must tell healthcare providers that if you want to be in our contract as SHA, as a provider for our clients, you must have this number of doctors, this number of wards, this number of drugs, blah. As in, you should have declared upfront what you have. Then anytime you don't offer those services, like kama hakuna dawa, hakuna x-ray ama nini, SHA should strike you off to stop this thing of patients having to buy drugs outside. But SHA let them have a freeway. So these are how Kenyans are being stolen from. You go to a hospital and unafanyiwa surgery ama unaonekana inpatient and all that, and SHA pays 100,000 or 200,000 for the surgery.
Yes.
That's your money you contributed to. But after this surgery, you need painkillers, you buy out. Antibiotics, you buy out. X-ray ulipiga nje. So they have stolen from you because while this hospital has been reimbursed full package, because that 200,000 has drugs in it, X-rays in it, which they did not offer you. You had to dig in your pocket again to get them outside. So they're stealing from Kenya these hospitals, be it public or private. And that's why I say that from the word go, we should have first of all have gotten the car, serviced it, then told Kenyans, get me fare to use my bus. We should have ensured that we have enough healthcare workers, enough hospitals, enough drugs, fix in all the 4 pillars of healthcare. Then finally, come tell Kenyans, this thing is not working. Now you can come pay rent to live in this house.
So basically, silipi with drugs.
You are being paid for, but the hospital has no drugs. You get that?
Yes.
Can I demand for them and niseme pa sitoki mpaka munileted antibiotics zangu?
Thank you. But who will listen to you when you come to that district hospital? Utaambia nani?
I'll strip naked and shout.
Actually, sometimes back, somebody, one of the pharmacists, told me that whatever we have here cannot cure you.
Yes, because look here, a governor brings a huge lorry. First of all, half of which is empty. Wameka boxes na huku mbele ndio wapige picha for social media. Na ndani ni umeleta boxes za Panadol na gloves. Sasa hizo wewe ulikuwa umeitisha antibiotics. So what will you help that patient in?
So that they told me that whatever we have here cannot heal you. So whatever I have prescribed for you, you must buy. You must top up cash to buy.
Yes, and also Kenyans also, apart from just blaming the political leaders, Kenyans, you must also search within our hearts and have a culture of honesty.
Yeah.
There's something called moral hazard in insurance, where somebody says that since I have insurance, I can just use it. So any small thing, kama sisi are middle class, uko na private cover, any small thing, umeenda hospitali. Any small thing, I even think that you can just buy over the counter a painkiller. Umeenda hospitali. Then you end up depleting this fund. And ukienda pale hospitali, you also get another greedy hospital owner or a greedy management or a greedy doctor or whoever it is who also give you the most expensive drugs. You can take amoxicillin for 100 bob, but they'll to give you augmentin or they'll to give you ceftriaxone. You get that? Because you have a cover unapewa. When you spell unakwambia ati every patient who comes, make sure that minimum I may spend 10,000 shillings. You're going to deplete the fund. We must be honest as Kenyans. We can not keep on admitting patients who don't deserve to be admitted because that's where the money is. Get that?
Yeah.
As you know what's lacking. Also, I don't blame Kenyans for being dishonest because our leaders are also dishonest. Unaambia kuna pesa, but you see how they are living lavishly. So it's all cascaded. Ukuna ka kliniki yako, you also have to steal from this SHA. When you mgonjwa, you know you have a insurance cover, you just say that, let me just walk in for this headache. Nifanyiwe X-ray ama MRI.
Daktari, I want to understand who came up with this proposal of the SHA thing.
SHA sometimes I also wonder. Why I wonder? Because in all honesty, and we are going to be accused of being nostalgic of days gone by, NHIF was one of the best things we ever did for this country. There are very many wrong things he did, but NHIF, and the only amount of money that NHIF needed to cure, because we were told that SHA was coming to cure the stealing. The only money NHIF needed to cure the stealing was 700 million to fix the systems. You don't have to burn your house because you have seen a snake inside it. You get the snake out. But be as it may, we were moved into this SHA for ideas that were very noble, that Kenyans should not have to spend when they fall sick or don't have to die because they can't afford healthcare. Perfect idea. But you cannot have that idea by breaking all the rules of common sense. the first rule is that you have to have more people contributing than falling sick. You cannot have that idea that unakuwa mgonjwa kwanza unalipa. Number 2, you cannot use mean testing to judge what somebody is going to use to contribute.
People will lie.
Yes. Number 3, you have to know your demographics. You cannot have more people in Juakali and you want them to pay willfully every month. Kila mwezi hawatafanya hivyo. And even when you tell them that now they are going to pay per year, you have even worsened the situation now. Why? Because they can't, first of all, that woman who makes 200 bob in the village is stealing land. Ata collect hiyo pesa ifike 6,000 siku gani? Haitaifika. And then tell them that they go and get it from Hustler Fund, which is the first thing they've been told by Hustler Fund, kuna deni au kulipa. Ama you have to pay 4 months upfront to access your Hustler Fund. So you end up locking more Kenyans out. The people you are intending to save, to rescue, you haven't left them worse than you found them.
What is your view on these hospitals that have been downgraded? You have an hospital that was grade 4, but it has been downgraded on the basis of performance, bed capacity, and so many other factors. Actually, it has happened. We have over almost 1,000 of them.
That is one thing that I'm really proud of Honorable Dwale on doing. Somebody had to be brave to tell it. You cannot wake up one day, have a single room, then you go and bribe somebody at the regulators, then they tell you they are level 4. Do you know why they are doing that? So that they can access higher, the primary hospitals, the 1, 2, 3 are given less capitations and they can't even access chief. So you have to access chief or even NHIF back then. So you are punching above your weight for you to access that. But Dwale was like, no, you guys are stealing from Kenyans. Go down to level 1, 2, 3 where you belong and offer outpatient services. What you can afford. You don't have a single room in Isili and you are making claims of 400 million in a year. What are you doing in that single room with the one theater? Which cannot
calling it a level 4.
I want also to just blame doctors for a second here.
Yes.
Because one of the things that came out in that report that CS Dwale had to shut down a couple of hospitals is the fact that kuna daktari hapa anatibu mtu at 9:30 anamtibu hapa let's say gynecology.
Yes.
Umefanya treatment hapa and then 10 minutes later you're treating someone in Embu. I mean it's kind of impossible.
Of course the issue around the issue around sharing of credentials. Yeah, and that's why they've taken away the OTP.
Right.
Yeah, where somebody has a hospital somewhere in Marsabit, they have no doctors, probably have a clinical officer. Then they tell you to me credentials zako, I log in, I bill this patient. Yeah, it was not making sense at all. But there are ways of curing that, and they have now put the biometric. My challenges with this government that they sit in very, very nice air-conditioned offices and forget about the plight of what Kenyans go to. Biometric requires internet. Have you done your research that how many hospitals in this country or areas in regions in this country have internet interrupted that the biometrics can be smooth? 2, the biometric machine is 24,000. Do you think that those hospital owners have the machine to money to buy those biometric machines? 3, where the redundancy measure that if it fails they can resort to this? You must have a redundancy measure. If he fail, but now you watch TV, people are stuck. What about that patient in ICU? Utamu from ICU kuja yake fingers kwa casualty. Solutions that are not.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's not fair. We must think about when you're making any law, any declaration. Think of the worst case scenario, then you build it upwards.
But I'm also asking just in terms of what the KMPDU is doing to also reprimand some of these rogue practitioners.
I agree with you fully. That doctors come from this community. If you had a sack of oranges and you picked blindly, you will pick an orange. You won't get an apple. So yes, if Kenyans are dishonest, if politicians are dishonest, so definitely even the healthcare workers, some of them are going to be dishonest. And KMPDU, we tell our members that we will never ever condone any form of corruption or stealing. Ukishika kiba dawa, carry your own cross. If you're caught, and even when Nakumicha was busy blaming NHIF and doctors for stealing, when KMPDU was fighting SHA initially, we were told that we were cartels fighting for our stealing. We told them, tell us one single doctor or nurse or whom you have caught stealing from NHIF, and we will even hire a free lawyer for you guys to use to prosecute him. Same thing. If any healthcare worker will be caught performing any act of corruption, KMPD is more than willing to even testify against them, because we know the pain that our members go through when they can't give services to Kenyans. You know, when a patient comes to me here, a pregnant woman who needs a scan, and there's no scan or they can't afford it, it is me who feels her pain. When she comes bleeding and she has to bleed out and die because you couldn't diagnose her properly, it is me who have to face the grieving father and the orphaned children. It's not some minister or governor in some air-conditioned office. So we know what it means when healthcare is underfunded. We know the pain that our patients have to stay 2-3 days without medication because bado wanachanga pesa, or they have to wait for a week bado wanaenda kuchanga watu kutoa damu wakuja afanyiwe surgery. We feel their pain real time. And that's why every single day KMPD asks ourselves that how comes that the politicians, the people who give our money, don't feel as much pain as what we feel for our patients.
Let's talk about the looming strike, the one that you said is about to mature.
Yes.
We see, and I know you mentioned in the previous hour that you're not happy when you have to go on strike and then see a patient die. But patients do die.
Yeah.
Where are we on that? Is it really necessary to let people die? Is it possible to provide treatment, especially the critical one? Watu wengine wa homa mnaweza deal nao tofauti. Mtu amekuja hapo akona shida ya tumbo, hiyo tunaweza. But when this patient is in critical condition, because we've seen pregnant mothers die with their children in their bellies before they deliver because wamefika pale hospitali and there's no one to assist. So how do we deal with those situations? Yes, we understand your plight, we understand your fight, but now also Wakenya wanakufa.
Let me say that it's only a very, very difficult decision to make. To go on strike or to go on a go slow or to withdraw services. But what do you do to an employer that you write letters and they don't respond? What do you do to an employer that you write agreements and they don't honor? What do you do to an employer that you issue threats and they don't flinch? A strike is not a breakdown in negotiations or conversations. A strike is the only thing that workers have to compel the employer to sit down. Actually, a strike is the beginning of meaningful negotiations or engagements. While an employer can withhold your salaries, transfer you, sack you, the only power that a worker has in this world is the power to withdraw their skills and labor so that they can be heard. And then we give notice. We give notice so that you can listen to us before we start it. We give a 14-day countdown that elapsed and we still start back. We have given again a warning. If they still won't do it, we have to go on strike. Why? Because 8 years ago we had a CBA which we agreed on certain things, issues around medical covers for our members, issues around paying them better on the basic salary arrears, issue around training more people so they can treat Kenyans, issue around having safe working spaces, issue around inter-county transfers and all that. And government agreed to handle all these things. They even agreed to pay us, make the changes on the basic salary slip. They never effected anything until last year when we did our 56-day strike. When the president agreed, they owed us 7 billion. They gave us the first batch of the 1.75 billion. The next one was to come in July this year. Haijakuja. They were supposed to effect the changes on the basic salary for them to stop accruing more arrears. Governors wamesema they have the money to pay. They only need a code from IPPD, that is the Public Service Ministry, the debt, the system that is used to pay, because people are paying from one formula that you just load. So they need a code for these new changes. Somebody just refuses to give the codes, say that it's cheni mkutano kwanza. There's money that was
who is this someone who's refusing the code?
IPPD manager alisema kwamba before he gives that code to the counties.
Jamani Mkenya.
So so do you want me to be able to push for that meeting? You are the government, wake up and do the meeting. This is an agreement that we agreed and even won in court. Why do you have to fight over it?
A code is it's a password, for example.
Yes. Governors wanasema we have the money, we just don't have the formula. Because government money, you don't just pay. That will be a code that you use to load it on the system. So they give us the code, we load this thing. Nobody's doing that. They had agreed to promote doctors by September last year. They have not promoted anybody. That's why Kiambu has 3 days of strike because of promotion issue. They agreed on medical covers. Right now, most doctors don't have medical covers. So which other option, which other way, what else do you want us? We did a strike, agreed. The last,
the reason I'm asking this, Doc, is because I lost my brother last year, but not due to a strike. It was just one of those unfortunate things. But I remember we took him to the hospital, and he died while undergoing treatment. And I'm just thinking, had I gone to the hospital that day and found a strike, it was a private hospital, but I'm assuming because there are Kenyans who cannot afford to go to where I took my brother. So if I were to go to a public institution and then I find an ongoing strike and then my brother still ends up dead, I wouldn't even be blaming the situation
illness.
that killed him. I think I'll be blaming you for not being there to save him.
Can you imagine the pain of arriving in that hospital with somebody who is sick, who is dying, or that pregnant mother? Then you find it closed, or there's no doctor. Then you are stuck here in this village, where then the next thing you have to look for a way of getting to you don't know where. It's a terrible thing Kenyans have to endure. And that's why ILO says clearly that for essential workers, anything you agree with them, implement it to full. And then when there is any complaint, address it early enough. That is what people who know what they are doing should be doing. But in Kenya, people wake up in the morning saying they're going to government offices, they're government employees, but they're not solving Kenya's problem. They are solving their own economic problems. How to make deals and do this tender and do this. People never think about how to solve. Otherwise, if people wake up to serve Kenyans, they'll be like, there's this agreement with KMPDU. Tumefika wapi na hiyo? Kuna hii agreement tufanya na nurses. Imefika wapi na hiyo? Juzi you saw the UHC stuff. They were told they're going to be put on PNP. They stopped matching. They now want to start matching again. You get that? We must get to a point that every single day when you wake up to go serve Kenyans, your work as a government employee is to solve Kenya's problem, not to solve your own pocket problems. Yeah, KMPDU, we don't strike for fun, and I pray and hope that we don't have to get to a point that we have to strike over a strike. No, we striked over our CBA last year. Now we have to strike for the agreement last year for the other It's annoying. It's being unfair to Kenyans, and I hope that the Minister for Health, Honorable Duale, is fully aware of the complaints. We have written a letter to him, he has received it. We talked with him, and he has a very good open door policy for us. He's fully engaged on it. Mbadi, the treasury, yes, it's fully aware of the money that are owed to doctors. They should do what is right. The governors, they know they promised to promote by September last year. Just promote. They need to offer medical covers. SRC and PSC guidelines that tells you that in this job group you should get this kind of medical cover. It's all clear. The laws are there.
I want to play devil's advocate for a second here, whereby, of course, when you meet the government, they'll be like, hey, say hakuna do. And then there's this other issue of the government you're negotiating with right now is not the same government you negotiated with in 8 years ago, because it has got different personalities in those particular offices. President Uhuru is not there, but he was the president 8 years ago. So now, how are you able to reconcile these two? Because President Ruto will or CS Duale will tell you, but now you see during your time muliongea sijui na Mutahi Kagwe. Sasa mimi hizi shida mnaniletea sasa surely wase. Mimi hata sielewi, hakuna do. I don't know what you guys, the formula that you guys came up with, because I'm even looking at the documents. I am not understanding why he promised this, yet it is just impossible.
Because government exists in perpetuity. Government is government. The individuals might keep changing. Just say they walk and sit in that office. You don't say that me, I don't want to sit in Afia House, I have to go sit in Delta House. Because that's government. You inherit all the assets and liabilities. See that? Just say you inherit the taxes and you enjoy the taxes. You also have to inherit all the agreements. Thirdly, we have been told that Kenyan economy has grown. We're now number 6. So if the economy is growing, let it grow for everybody. It can't be that the economy is growing when we are doing all this other fancy stuff. But when it comes to now taking care of the workers, all of a sudden the economy is shrinking.
It grew for Unga alone.
It's very funny. It's like having a parent or a dad. When we were young, grew in villages, our parents are forever broke. There's no single day that my mom, I said that today I have money. Whether in the end month,
come and introduce you to my parents.
Yes, but the good thing about my parents, that when they say they were broke, we could see they were struggling. But it's one thing to see a parent who says they are broke, but they're having a sparking new shoe. They have just bought a brand new car. They're having a new suit. But when you ask for food, they're telling you, baby, I'm broke. If you are broke, let us all be broke in our way of life, all of us. And if we are thriving, let us all thrive. Because not the sad thing, Kitambo, what I really feel sorry for the poor Kenyans is that Kitambo, if you wanted to buy tomatoes or unga cheaply, unaenda Kibera, unaenda kwa Mashimoni, things were cheaper.
Marikiti.
Yes, Marikiti, they're cheaper. Right now, tomato kama ni 10 bob, is 10 bob in Kilimani and in Kibera. It's the same price across. Unga kama ni 200 bob, it's in Lavington, the same within Madari. Hakuna Malindi, kama ni Akosiaga, kama ni 150 bob, Gorogoro. Ni kila mahali. So right now, everybody feels the same pain. There's no less pain for anybody and more pain for anybody. Njaa ya maskini na njaa ya tajiri ni same. Because of that, we must then all decide if we are going to thrive as a country, we all thrive together. If you are going to suffer, you will suffer. But it is wrong to make the workers feel that there's no money. But every day you read the scandals. Which governor, EACC, which money was on Ghost, which one was going for to take MCS to Zanzibar. There's money for everything except for serving Kenyans. And that's why we are saying no. Something must change.
Somebody said if you want to say that the economy has grown, we must feel it.
Yes.
Yeah, we must feel it. So kama tomato ni 10 bob across the country, then it means bado kuna shida.
Daktari ananuanga nyanya. Actually, nyanya ni 10 bob.
Yeah, it is 10 bob.
So, chef.
So the question was on this revocation of the nurses.
Yes,
the
interns,
postings. Yes, the interns because of the training. They had not completed their training. Okay, what is your stand on this?
The issue around internship was under the topic I talk about under training and production of healthcare workers.
Yes.
I told you that you cannot have universities and colleges producing nurses or not just healthcare workers. Nobody knows the numbers being produced, where they are being produced, how they are being produced, where they'll go after. They just producing, wamechukua school fees, wamewadump. Then they expect the unions to come start fighting. Of course, we'll fight for them. Government finds itself that it will budget for 2,000 nurses. The money they have can cater for 1,500 nurses. Then what happens? The same corrupt Kenyans, somewhere sitting somewhere, wherever they are, decides that if you give me something small, I'll put you in this list. Because we are all fighting to fit in this bus called internship. So in the long way, the poor people can't afford to pay this bribe, who are deserving, end up getting locked out. Those who graduated in 2019 missed out on this train. Others were put there and they were foreigners. Others were dead people who were put on that list because somebody dropped the ball. So Honorable Duale decides that let's fix this problem. But it fixes this problem through the normal route of justice of first in, first out. That those who finished first should come first. But the problem, in solving the problem, it creates another problem. Because it decides that which method can I use to shift through these 2,000 people? And I only have 500 slots. So it then brings a rule that let's give those who have graduated priority. A very fair thing by human being understanding. But the problem is that the internship policy is very clear. That notwithstanding graduation, you are eligible for internship. So while whatever is doing is perfect with the eye of natural justice, it then breaks the law. And this graduation is delayed not because of this poor student. It's delayed because the university delayed in graduating. I'll give an example of 15 dentists from Moi University. They were to sit their final exams. And Moi University, with the recent struggles you guys know, they don't have money to buy equipment and reagents for the final exam. So we had to contribute as doctors, as dentists in KDA, Kenya Dental Association, to buy these reagents from Moi University for these kids to finish their exams. But by the time they're doing the exams, they'd missed the train. So they have missed the posting. You see how incompetency ends up hurting innocent people. So some of these kids, the nurses, you're seeing them crying. They say that by law, first of all, by not graduating, I'm not locked out based on that. But more important, that even if it happened like that, it was never my problem. So how do we cure this? We have told the Honorable Duale, call all trainers of healthcare workers in one room. Call all regulators in one room. Call Commission of University Education in one room and call the unions. Let us sit down. Let us agree that how many people are we going to be training per year on each cadre? Can the university support those slots? Because you can't have government giving Kenyatta University slots to train 40 doctors, but they admit 80 because the other extra 40 are paying parallel, so they're making money. So they're over admitting. and they have nowhere to go. So once we agree on the numbers coming in, then we agree that we'll be posting interns in July. So make sure that you graduate all your interns by December or by April. So they put a calendar that aligns with government. But you can't harakisha me to sit for exams, read overnight to pass exams, then you pack me for 1 year waiting for the next round of posting. You get that? That is the problem. Somebody somewhere just refused to do a basic common thing: leadership and governance.
Okay.
Where?
He does. Most of the time we go to the hospitals, we get operated, and sometimes you hear that this is an intern. Huyu hajamaliza kusoma, hajamaliza training. You know, people have had that misconception that ukitritiwa na intern.
No, let me tell you, interns are fully qualified. They pass all the exams. The only thing is that medicine is part science, part art. The science bit of it you learn in school. The art bit of it is you learn through mentorship and through doing. So whatever these interns come to do, that they come to work under supervision. We want to see, can you handle this emergency? Can you talk to patients well? Can you break a death news to the family? We check on so many things. Can you handle the pressure? Do you respect your colleagues? That's what internship is all about. But they are fully trained, and interns cover for 30% of workforce in this country. Interns cover for work worth 26 billion. If you are to look at the kind of work interns do, without interns, most of these hospitals will be closed. So they are qualified, and most important that they work under supervision. So even when they get themselves stuck, there's a medical officer or a nurse officer covering them, and above that there's another consultant covering them.
All right, so Dr. we're almost getting to the end of the show, and actually we are at the end of the show. We have literally 40 seconds. What is your message to health stakeholders? This is a message, actually, I think a fellow doctor might be asking this one. What is the message you have to health stakeholders?
Yeah, there are two types of stakeholders. The first one is the Kenyan. And to tell Kenyans that keep the pressure. People are already feeling that healthcare is important to Kenyans. They can see the politicians are feeling that healthcare is an agenda.
Yes.
For the president to be talking about healthcare every single day, for him to put one of his most favorite and powerful ministers in Afia House, means that he knows that is a big agenda. So Kenyans put the pressure. Once you put enough, the politicians will know the value of healthcare. They'll know that they lose votes if they don't handle it. They'll sort it. To the leadership, the president and the ministers and the governors, please let us feel the pain of the Kenyans. It's one thing to say those stories on media, on TV, on boardrooms. It's another thing for Kenyans to feel that change in their lives. And solve the Kenyans by helping the healthcare workers to be comfortable, by the drugs, by the hospitals, and let us finance healthcare. And finally, to the healthcare workers, when the government and Kenyans have supported us in every way they are trying to, let us tukule ile roho ya kusaidia Kenya. Hii mambo ya absenteeism, hii mambo ya stealing from the system, hii mambo ya kukosa utu, malpractices, let us also just give the best to the Kenyans the way they are also trying to give us our best. Otherwise, keep on praying for our country. We keep on asking that we have that conclave as MPDU. That conclave must give us a referendum that must take part of healthcare back to national. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. That is none other than Dr. Dennis Mungala. He is a Deputy Secretary General of KMPDU. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. Let's meet tomorrow bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m. But for now, hasta la vista.